The best player in the world's first VR RPG game. Participant in the final boss of the best guild. A raid leader among raid leaders suddenly disappeared 7 days ago. The story begins with a volcano, which is starting to erupt. The magma of this volcano gave life to an unknown creature. The mage corral was already here. That monster is fat. They shouted, "Prepare control." These are controlling abilities that slow or drain enemies. They allow you to do more damage and protect. The monster released its claws. It wanted to strike the mage. The mages began to counterattack. They started hitting the monster with their magic spears, but it dodged everything like flies. Oh. No. He's immune to control. The monster jumped and struck the squad. The shockwave woke the volcano up again. It started spewing magma. All that was left of the squad were the weapons sticking out of the ground. The smoke cleared. There was only one. It was a monster. One of the knights of the squad was lying on the ground coughing. He was wounded, and blood was starting to flow from his head. The only thing he had the strength for was to watch what was happening. This warrior started laughing hysterically. "Couldn't even hit 10%, he said. At that moment, someone began to approach. "I suppose you're going to kill the monster?" the unknown man asked. The warrior averted his gaze. He looked in the direction of the vase. It was that hero. He stood courageously and looked the monster straight in the eyes, smiling death in the face. Why did he wait and did not rush to attack the enemy? At this moment, the monster began to recover life points. A smile came over the hero's face. Meanwhile, the monster's life indicator had filled up completely. "Attacking a wounded enemy is not cool," said the hero. He turned slightly to the side and gripped the hilt of his sword. He pulled out his razor-sharp sword, after which he began to unwind it. After which he grabbed it and ran with all his might at the enemy. He struck out, but the monster bounced confidently to the side. The hero didn't give up. He continued to attack the monster. The monster tossed the hero aside, but he didn't take it to heart and prevented the fall by kicking off the ground with his feet, and in a leap struck the enemy. And there's a flash. The monster and the hero were flung to the sides. Oh, shit. The warrior who had been watching this fight began to worry. The boss monster was trying to stop the hero from doing an ability that gives the ability to deal area damage, but the hero kept interrupting her. The category of our hero is first in the top players. Someone was watching all of this. It was a girl. She thought about the videotape she had just watched. This video has blown up the web in just a week. It's gotten 7 million views. She's more popular than I thought. A girl here saw one video in the recommendations. What is the likelihood of the missing strongest user coming back? She decided to take a look. What disappearance? When the leader disappeared from the radar, users from all over the world did not react immediately. People's lives are so simple. At that moment, a notification came to my phone. The girl decided to see what it was. Someone texted her. "You really don't know where the master is. Maybe he just started playing other games and isn't really missing. I don't know," answered the girl. "I'm upset, too, and I can disappear, too. You know, everyone said they didn't care about him, but YouTube went crazy when he stopped showing up. I got an invitation for an interview from a crime investigation program. They wrote you one, too. That's funny. You think they'll call me? It's hopeless. Ignore them too," said the girl. "The game isn't the same without the leader. Do you want to switch to someone else? Check it out. This game is popular right now. A game called Astrom. Tempting." The girl decided to sign up for notifications. Did something really happen to our leader? The last boss. Guild rank 6. Damn it. Where is that person who was checked in within the last 16 hours? Maybe he passed out. Nowadays, a lot of players pass out due to overexertion. It's like people are going crazy. Even if everyone runs away, we still have to wait for him until the last minute. Burn notice. Astrom's realistic game has finally been announced. Be ready for the opening schedule announcement. Link. Our guild is planning to create an alliance in the realistic game Astrom. Please, those who want to conquer the new game, let us know in the guild chat. The girls hesitated. What? Looks like our guild master wants to test this game first. Meanwhile, Astrom software developer. This was the main development and testing department. Some young man was lying on a bunk wearing virtual goggles. The creator was horrified. Why doesn't the young man wake up? The ones that were in the other rooms already woke up a week ago. I'm making an emergency request. If he doesn't wake up in 10 minutes, let me know. The developer is sweating. There are no problems with the game itself, so what's the cause? It was developed by an artificial intelligence, so I don't have access to it. If Kyo finds out about this, I'm sure I'll be blamed. Conference room. We sent one of 100 beta testers from 20 countries to him, but the guy never woke up. It's in an artificial intelligence system. Should I ask to stop development? The company director didn't even know how to react to this bad news. He took off his glasses and started rubbing his eyes with his hands. What's the status of those who are awake, except for the team leader? The results are the same as before. Damn it. Then continue with the last test. Could the cause lie in the leader himself? If the problem is only with the last test, then let's think about it. At this time, somewhere uncharted. What is this? Where am I? It was the team leader. No one had logged into the game in days. A week ago. It's a lonely cave devil. Let's get rid of him. Attack. Everyone rushed to the attack. But all of a sudden, the whole team's gone. Where did everyone go? I was trying to catch up with the fleeing team. I'm ready to burn with shame after this. What am I supposed to do now? There was one online raid during dinner tonight. A raid is a cooperative mission to complete special and difficult bosses or dungeons. If I refuse, the developers will find out, right? At that second, some kind of monster suddenly appears. The leader jumped aside. Our hero grabbed his sword. He stuck out his sword with lightning speed, after which he swung it in front of the monster. As soon as the sword blade touched the monster, something happened. The training mode was selected. The silhouette in front of the monster glowed. The smoke cleared, and instead of our hero, there was only a trace on the ground. The monster boss didn't understand anything. Monster class. Field boss. He disappeared so suddenly. I guess I'm a pretty strong boss. The training begins. Everything around him disappeared. There were no rocks, no monster. Our hero appeared among the crowd in some village. Locals began to wonder, who is he? Why is he walking around waving a sword? Oh, come on. Again, this is the 13th beta of the game. How come they're still training? Besides, I'm in the country. Damn, it looks so realistic. Is this another beta? They're just bots with nothing better to do. Are you a user? I don't see the difference between a user and a non-player character. It's a strange feeling. Something flew in and hit our hero in the face. The seashells by the sea player is talking to you. You can choose a response based on your proximity and the content of the conversation. Since this is your first contact, there is no information about the user, so the task is not available. Our hero is hysterical. What is this? Why can't I use my voice? What's happening again? This bad system is changing before our eyes. What's he talking about? Generating a chat window. You have a close connection with the user. You have to question options available to choose from. I've seen this somewhere before. How did you find this place? You're not a game character. Yes. At this time in the organization. Reveal. There's no change. He's still lying motionless. I only have one option left to help this guy. It's a system reboot. Very risky business. With this medium, I can reset the entire system in the guy's brain. Okay. Here we go. I have to save him. In the time the guy's been here, his vitals are normal. So far, he hasn't had any health problems. If I keep rebooting, this guy might die. But I can't sit around and wait for this guy to die in this game. After saying that, the professor pressed a button. That should do it. The system turned red. It's a failure. At this time, training was in full swing. The limbs and body parts of the monsters were flying around. The monsters were of different classes and levels. Hey, trainee, shouted the leader. The knight was distracted by the leader's voice. But the monsters are not distracted. They are focused on the target. For goodness sake, the knight managed to cover himself with his shield and repelled the attack. I apologize, Kuyu. How did I manage to get involved with these idiots? Like, you. Found it. This place. Is he hitting on me or something? She's not a playable character. I just got here while researching. How long have you been here? A chat window has been generated. The proximity to the user you are chatting with is 0. You have two response options to choose from. The first is, I can't tell you that. The second is, it's been a short time since I arrived here. I'm so pissed off about this whole thing. Can I even say the words, it hasn't been long since I arrived here? It has been a short time since I arrived here. Do you want to continue this conversation? Yes or no? This is it. This is it. Why are you looking for other people? Why are you looking for other people? I thought I'd get to know the place a little and help the villagers. You have learned more information about the user. Your affinity level has increased by 1. An assignment can be given based on a conversation with the user. Would you like to give her an assignment? Oh, great. Assignment. An invalid access level has been detected. Due to the error, the carrier started an electrical short circuit. Our hero was very badly electrocuted. At this time, the professor sat at his computer with his head hung down in despair. What's going to happen now? System error. I should have seen it coming. Error. No access rights. Automatic switchover to emergency mode operation. Could it be that? Is he dead? Oh, my God. What have I done? But suddenly, in that second, the professor felt someone standing behind him. He screamed with all his might with fright. He saw hands reaching for him. But no, the guy dropped to the floor and assumed a lying in support pose. The professor jumped up on the table. Even though he realized it was the guy who was sleeping, he still didn't know what would happen. The guy started doing push-ups. What's he doing? How do I report it? He die. And then he started doing push-ups. What? Do you take me for an idiot? Why is this happening to me? In the meantime, leader's house. A girl in slippers and pajamas stood in the bathroom in front of the mirror. She washed her face and stood pensively. The water ran down her face. This is the only place I have left. A leader's haven. The girl lay on the couch and was sad. Will the leader ever return? At that second, my phone vibrated. There's a new message on your phone. See if there's anything important. This message was from an Astrom researcher. What happened again? Guild Master, don't worry about the leader. He's going to come back. A video was also attached to this message. Is the leader coming back? Did they find him? Team leader, we need to come to our senses. Calm down. Oh, really? That's how it works. He's alive. At this time, in the game, all the textures around me are gone. All that's left are pixels. What happened this time? I wonder if everything is okay with the game. Something happened with the power supply. So what now? At this point, the pixels began to move. A window appears. Warning. External access to the system has been detected. The system will block all external paths. Activation of the emergency operation mode. A small electrical stimulation will be applied to the user. Electro. What? The hero began to be electrocuted. He screamed in pain. To ensure the protection of the user, the training is forced to end, triggering the start of the game. I don't like this update. What's that? Before our hero could even utter a word, he was lifted into the air by something. To make downloading faster, the user's class and role will be set randomly. Parts of the leader's body began to pull away from him. He started screaming in pain at the top of his voice. Just turn that thing off. Just get the damn thing over with. Have a good game. The textures began to build a green lawn and some sort of town nearby. The game threw our hero right in there. A column of dust kicked up. Our hero coughed. It was very hot. Sweat ran down my cheeks. It's over. As soon as the hero came to his senses, some huge and heavy object fell from the sky. It was a trunk. What is it? Isn't that the reward for completing the training? Did the chest make so much noise? I was right. It's a reward for completing the training. Good thing I have years of RPG experience under my belt. It's gonna be easy. In the chest, besides the gear, our hero saw something else. It was some kind of note. It said, "Good luck, head of the Knights of the White Bear." There was a lot of text inside. A mission is available to you. Role: head of the Royal Knights of the White Bear. Goal: 3 missions, including 1 hidden mission. Mission: first, take for soldiers to reach the 20th level. Second, clear the Rat Cave dungeon. The third is hidden. You will fail if a character or soldier who was assigned as part of your quest dies. If this happens, you will be penalized in your next role. Condition: you may not leave the kingdom. It was definitely written by the system. Don't tell me there was a real-life malfunction. Stop. This is not the time to be reading this. I'm in the game, but I'm in pain. First, we need to think about how to shut Astrom down from the inside. Get out of the system. It didn't work. Our hero was still standing. The only thing affected by the hero's scream was the birds. They flew upwards in fright. We need to think, what's the best way to get out of the game? Get out of the system, now. Get out of the system. Log out, now. Get out. Before the leader could finish his sentence, something flew into his face from the side. Yes. God damn it, screamed the guy with the hammer. Let's give these non-player characters organs. I'll finish him off. The leader was still lying there. He slowly began to come to his senses. You have taken damage from an attack by the user best among Sansu. You can now attack your opponent. You can achieve new achievements by interacting with other users. I've got them eating garbage right now. I felt like a dog in many instances and senses. Destamon Sansu was too slow for the leader. Our hero easily dodged the blow. Now you're busted, you arrogant bastard. I don't know where you're coming from, but if you think I'm a non-playable character too, you're sorely mistaken. There's something wrong here. Why is he moving as a player? Fuck it, how about that? What? He's so fast. It was unexpected and painful. But weak, he attacks with little damage. As soon as the player turned around, the leader was already standing behind him and striking with his sword. I'm gonna kill him. I'm in a bad mood right now. Guys, surely this is a beginner's village. That's enough. Come here. Has the beginner's village been officially released? Well, I don't give a shit. How does he do it? If it's not a game, he's done. After which our hero hit the player with all his might on the body. The enemy is defeated. We can get some rest. It's damn good to have control. I'm like an adult who takes pride in taking candy from a child. You avoid attacks and block the user's lunges without taking any damage. As a reward, you are given an achievement. Achievement: do not underestimate non-player characters. You can attack the user without taking damage. Wow, that's quite an achievement. So we can attack the opponent first. There will be a penalty for killing the user. No one warned me about the infractions. It's been 10 days since the chief engineer disappeared. Astrom is officially open. Meanwhile, at development company Astrom, artificial intelligence independently discovered the game. 720,000 downloads. Set up the server first. The test is not completed. What's going on? You said it's a long way from release. Have you sent out an official statement? Have you finished processing the data sent by the artificial intelligence? At that moment, another employee ran into the development room. He shouted, "The official statement has been released. Yesterday's tasks have been accomplished. Here you go." The printer printed it out. Hurry up and open it. What does it say? The server is open. At this time, the leader decided to waste no time. Stop, stop. You must raise the tip of the sword higher. Yes, sir. You stupid little brat. I obviously can't get out of here, to game and the game space. Will what you advise increase our strength? How can I put this simply? You have to be awesome to gain power. Seriously? We'll know. Sir. What idiots they are. Nothing's happening. That's all that matters. That's the end of it. With knights like that, it's going to be hard to complete missions. Whoa. Practice is over. The leader took to helmets. Yes, sir. You're knights now. I have no choice but to try it. Prepare for battle. Mission: capture for soldiers to reach level 20. Penalty for killing a user: downgrade to 2 soldiers. Upgrade soldiers to level 30. Condition: you cannot leave the kingdom. The fine pisses me off every time I see it. Well, we'll just have to bet on something. Wait. I'll go scouting first. He even does his own dirty work. That's so cool. The place must be here. If it's an adequate game, they must have hidden it. I'll cut down every tree here if I have to. Where's that distinctive sound? What's that? The user is approaching. Customize the status window according to the situation. This is a special situation. You can ignore the connection and assign the quest. Hi, I heard there are monsters here that you have to kill to complete the quest. But I haven't found one. It seems our hero has begun to guess what kind of monsters we're talking about, and what kind of assignment they're for. Create a chat window based on user questions. There seem to be soldiers training nearby. If you're looking for a monster, you'll find it in the rat cave dungeon. The answer selection window will be changed to quick mode for further convenience. If you're looking for a monster, you'll find it in the rat cave dungeon. If you find the rat cave, I'll give you a small reward. I can't tell you where the dungeon is. It's a traveler's job to find it. Find a dungeon infested with giant rats that are plaguing the kingdom's farmers. A stranger who finds himself in an alien terrain. For world explorers, the dungeon is a dream location. The traveler must find the dungeon where the rats are hiding. The details of the assignment are unknown due to insufficient proximity, or cannot be confirmed due to insufficient proximity. An assignment? Yes. Yes. Please give me this assignment. Oh. Please. Please. View from the master's perspective. You are indescribably greedy. That's what gaming addicts do. Then I'll leave that task to you. Go on. Get out of here. What am I doing? How do I get my reward for the mission? I'm sure of it. I'll find her anyway. In the meantime, the game was being downloaded by more and more people. Some were so delighted they could even smell it. That's why everyone's moving to Astrom. Let's start by registering for the guild before we lose our old nicknames from the last game. Sis, your clothes are incredibly elaborate. I need one of those. Charon. Let's create a guild first. The girl cried with happiness. She would be accepted into the guild. There were already 3 girls in their new guild. At this time in the woods, the knights laid down their weapons and continued to search for the rat cave. It had been an hour of digging. Their location had already changed by a couple of 100 meters, but they could not find the desired one. There must be either a rat den or a rat cave here. Suddenly, some player looks out of the bushes sharply and unexpectedly. Did you think that the rat cave is underground? Because this location on the map is called Rat Cave. But it's not. It's actually a rat cave. Stay here. Above. Mission complete. This user has found the rat cave. It took 1 hour to complete. In addition to experience points, you can choose any reward and give it to the user. Did they really give me a choice of rewards for the player? The player began to choose a Naruto. He chose the first one. 1. He didn't take the gold. Thank you for completing this task. As a Knight of the White Bear, I am truly grateful to you. Quickly take your reward and get lost. Thought leader, your level has been raised. Please follow the link to get started before the next assignments. Yay. Follow the link. Off to meet new adventures. I can't believe how annoying he is. Okay, let's not dwell on him. We need to think about what we're gonna do next. First, I have to clean out the rat cave. Did you hear me? Not a single rat is left alive. The knights chopped down tree branches. The order to perform the task was accepted. At that moment, huge white rats started sliding out of the trees, as many of them as ants. Everybody take a few steps back. After that player completed the quest to find the rat cave, rats started appearing every second. There were more and more rats. Pay attention to the small trees. Let's cover each other. The difficulty level of this assignment is too easy. There must be something else here. Our hero scattered and jumped with all his might toward the tree trunk. He kicked 2 feet into the tree. There's someone in that tree. Come out. I said. It's got to be the boss. Meanwhile, in the guild office, what do you want? We'll be called the Last Guild. Our guild name. I told you to put our guild name as Last Guild. I'm sorry, but that name is already registered. What? How can that be? Someone came in yesterday and took it. What crazy bastard took our name? Tell me the name of the guild master. The Last Guild. This guild is the best. It's Sansu's best. Where is he? Why is it so quiet? At that moment, razor-sharp thorns began to fall from the tree. The leader didn't expect this, but instantly dodged and jumped aside. Something stirred in the leaves on the tree. Some small ball of fur jumped upward from the leaves. The creature ducked to the ground and bounced to the side. The boss showed up. That's the boss. Is this a joke? Why is he so cute? Hedgehogs are always cute. It'd be a shame to kill him. Well, all I have to do to take him down is chop him in 2. A secret mission has appeared. The third requirement to complete the mission has been found. The mission has been created. A third mission. The leader remembered the note he had found in that chest he had gotten for completing his training. Inside this note were 3 assignments and the conditions for completing them. But the third assignment was a hidden one. The third task is to tame the boss. You need to tame the boss by any means possible. Tame the boss. How do I do that? Shit. What kind of asshole comes up with a stupid assignment like that? At this time, there were already a great many rat corpses lying in the forest. It's over. The rats were gone. Well done. It wasn't easy. High five. Good job. At this time, the leader was still fighting the boss. Hedgehog seems to be angry. It looked like he had activated some kind of ability. His eyes lit up with a red light. Quiu. I can't seem to tire him out. What other options do I have? Why hasn't this little thing obeyed me yet? I had an idea. Now Daddy's pissed. He's had it. The leader threw a health potion at the boss to replenish life points. The boss began to replenish them. He replenished them completely. "Come here, you dare to resist me? Are you saying I'm weak?" An enraged hedgehog swooped down on our hero. "Come closer. Good girl, that's enough." The guild master's special skill is Flick. It hits enemies randomly. The effect will be activated if you hit the enemy's forehead. "Sorry, hedgehog, it's your own fault." Boom. The leader's finger hit the target, right in the boss's forehead. The knights heard something and decided to see what was going on. Is that the guild master? After the strike, the boss was thrown a couple of meters away. He was on the ground. But no, that doesn't seem to be enough. He's up. A huge bump appeared on the boss's forehead at the sight of the blow, and it began to puff up and turn even more red. Tears came to Hedgehog's eyes, but he was still holding on with his 4 little legs. "We'll build the perfect hierarchical relationship. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do this 10 more times." At this time in the city, it's Sansu's best. He shouted something. "Does anyone need a cryptocurrency broker? Just 1 gold for helping me with my red price stock investment." Someone decided to contact Sansu. He was listed as Yujong. "Excuse me, are you the master of the last guild?" "That's right. Do you need help with cryptocurrency? May I know where you are located?" It was a guild of girls who want justice and to reclaim the name of their guild. "Maybe you should think about buying cryptocurrency after all. The rate is really growing fast, isn't it? With his publicity, we'll find him quickly. Try it. 1 gold coin for 2 services can solve a payments bug that has been around since beta testing. I can help you with everything on a first-come first-served basis." There he is. The girl was gathering the gazes of those around her. Everyone present around her couldn't take their eyes off her. "She's so beautiful. Is he in the top of the strongest players?" Sansu sat with a loudspeaker with sunglasses on and paid no attention to the girl, so she decided to take action. "Sansu is the best. Are you here to see me?" The guy was surprised that a beautiful girl came up to him and paid attention to him. His pupils even flared in different directions. Yeah, it's you." The girl put her hand on the guy's arm. "Put your business aside. Let's talk in private." "What kind of conversation is this? In private? Secret. Please sell me your guild." The guy was shaking all over. Sansu broke into a sweat. "If it's about money." "What?" Sansu unhooked the girl's hands from his arms. "It's not going to be easy. It's hard. I'm Sansu's best. I'll give it to you when I return as a legendary warrior." Meanwhile, in the woods, head left, kick, the hedgehog table and drooled. He tilted his head slightly to the left. "You still haven't come to your senses. Turn to your left, I'm telling you. To the left. This way. Please just turn towards us. Please. Let's just get this over with." The hedgehog was still standing there with a dumbfounded expression and drooling. Apparently the blow had taken its toll. But then hedgehog covered his mouth and began to ponder. "Kick!" shouted the hedgehog and turned to the left. "Great. Yeah. He did it. High five. We're all good. Good. We can finally communicate." Kick. "Still, one thought keeps me in suspense. Why the hell do we have to tame this thing? No matter how much I think about it, it's weird. From now on, answer in 1 syllable. Got it. Kick. Here's your hat. Does it hurt? I'm sorry. You're pretty cute. You're with us now." The hedgehog was pleased. He raised his paw and saluted. Kick. "Hey. Where did that Red Riding Hood come from?" "Do I know? Don't ask and just leave him alone. Now let's see how much you've improved your fighting skills. You're Swordsman 1. Level 30. Trust points 15. Loyalty 100. You are Swordsman 2. Level 32. Trust points 20. Loyalty 100. That's great. They've reached the mark. We've also tamed the boss. Just why don't these guys have names?" "Okay. Let's see what's in the note. We need to double-check the assignment." At this time, a large cloud of dust was visible on the horizon. They were some entry-level boss monsters. They fought against the players. It's like going through a training program. Players used various weapons, including magic. The monsters were of different classes and levels, with players killing them like bugs. "I'm getting tired already. Here you go. This guy is a huge fan of our leader. I think that's why modern kids don't play RPGs. Maybe that's why even the captain watches your videos. Plus, I hear the overall game team has moved up to first place. Are you saying he doesn't want anything? I have to become a guild master no matter what. But if we want to start a guild, we need to team up with other players. So, what do we have here? A mission is available to you. Role: Head of the Royal Knights of the White Bear. Goal: 3 missions, including 1 hidden mission. Mission: First, take for soldiers to reach level 20. Second, clear the Rat Cave dungeon. The third is hidden. You will fail if a character or soldier who was assigned as part of your quest dies. If this happens, you will be penalized in your next role. Condition: You may not leave the kingdom. I missed something. Our hero began to reminisce. How did you find this place? Oh, not a game character. Then I got an electric shock. Then I killed a player. If you kill a user, you will be penalized in the next role. Mission accomplished. You will receive additional rewards for completing the hidden mission. To collect items, press yes and the mission will be completed. Yes or no. To hell with it. The leader took and tore up the assignment letter. He squeezed it. Good. Now I get it. He tossed out a shrunken ball of paper, and with fire magic, burned it. She needs me to keep the game moving. They underestimated me. Because I'm the best at this game. Artificial intelligence underestimated me. Oh, shit. That scared me. Closed testing days. It's a camel. Get him. Attack. Let's kill him. That means that the skills remain the same as in the closed beta version of the game. It's funny, because fire is so cool. Is the fire out? What happened? You don't have enough mana. What a disgrace. We didn't see anything, sir. So do I. Let's get to the next location first. It wasn't far to walk. They came. It was a kingdom. Hooray. We're here. Let's go in. The knights went forward, but the leader and hedgehog couldn't get through. They hit their faces on some kind of shield. What's wrong? Why can't they get through? That's odd. What kind of shield? Why can't you get through? Did you do something wrong? Maybe there's a crack somewhere. Ooh, it's so ugly. Shit. What is this? A restricted region. How do we get through? Kick. The hedgehog started screaming and crushing the shield. Kick. What's up, kid? You got something on your mind. Wait. Guys, make sure you don't get hurt. Meanwhile, in Astrom's development office, an error has been detected in the game system. Attempt to access the game system. If this fails, Plan B will be used. They blocked it, but they still don't have access. What's the point? The boss walked into the office. He was dressed in a strict gray suit and glasses. Hello. And so, what's going on? Problems with the main server again? Yeah. I think we're getting closer to understanding the rules of the game. What rules? Looks like the main event is blocked. Oh, shit. Why should I do this? Why should I risk myself? I never thought it could be so frightening. What the hell is this? The gate to the kingdom is closed. A crowd of players are standing under the door, and they won't let anyone in. The programmer saw one guy who had his hands on his head and was screaming. He shouted, "What about my assignment? What are you going to do? I haven't heard anything about it. You have been blocked from entering the kingdom. Please turn around." The guy who was screaming went crazy. What's going on here? I think this whole situation has to do with the engineer. I should go to him secretly and ask him what's going on. But if you think about it that way, it's our end. I'm at rock bottom. A few days earlier, it's the Lone Cave Demon King. Get him. Get ready. Attack. All together. And suddenly everyone was gone. Only the leader and the cave monster remained. One-on-one. Did the server disconnect the others, or perhaps they managed to log out themselves? A few days later, the server started reconnecting users to the game. For several days, there was no connection with the server. It was impossible to connect. Finally got a connection. All the players rushed to check their progress instantly. But they were disappointed. My progress is reset. What happened? It was beta testing. Of course everything was reset. Since this gear is no longer good, let's just take it off and put other things on. That's a shame. By the way, why can't I contact the guild master? I thought he said he was planning to start a guild here as well. The guild master wrote that he will do it when all of ours are online. Let's make a fuss now. You're such a maniac. We need to get back to the cave to catch the lone demon king, along with the guild master. Kick. The hedgehog shouted in flight. Come on. I'll get it. Unfortunately, they failed. The hedgehog bounced off the shield like a ball off a wall. The impact against the shield threw the leader and the pet several meters away. Is he a bow? A bow is a batter's strike in baseball, struck with a nearly stationary bat, which is why the player says the protagonist is the bat and the hedgehog is the ball. Shit. It's not working. I just got needles in my forehead. Please complete the mission. If the mission is not completed, you will not progress further. Please complete the mission. The reward has been added. If you want to receive the reward and complete the mission, click the yes button. Yes or no. Damn it, it's gotten to that point. Of course it is, but next time it needs to be done properly. The players just stood and watched with their mouths open. The leader stood up, after which he helped the hedgehog. You will be given a different role for a more even progression. Become a mentor to a monster and give the depressing slug a name. What kind of coercion is this? What happened? Why was I in the dungeon? It's the chest again. I wonder what's inside this time. Now no one gives me the right to choose. Meanwhile, at the gate, where did the guild master go? He didn't even say goodbye to us. Hedgehog, I was thinking of playing with you, but I'm in a frenzy right now. Kick. The hedgehog climbed on Haruhiro's shoulder. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but it's okay. We still have to pick up the award. At that moment, someone roared inside the cave. Who's there? Show yourself. The leader grabbed his sword. A monster with a skull for a head appeared through the darkness, its eyes and mouth burned with fire. He immediately tried to kill our hero with a sword, but it is not so easy. The leader was faster. He blocked the blow. Who's that? How about this? The leader bent down and concentrated. His fingers on his hand lit up with red flames. The guild master's special skill was activated. Hold it. And a cloud of fire flew towards the bony monster. The flame passed through the monster. It slid down his back between his legs and created a pillar of flame. This pillar of fire is created for special occasions. The leader then ran up to the monster and stabbed it in the face with his sword. Boney's not likely to stand up. At this time in the administration, can you please tell me if the guild with the name The Last Guild is already registered? Yes. Do you want to join this guild? Yes, we all do. There are 4 of us. Let me introduce myself. We are the group that defeated the boss during beta testing. We wish to join the guild because we want to fight alongside the leader. Please write that down. This is weird. That's how I've been feeling the last few days. Anyone need some cryptocurrency advice? Just 1 gold coin for help with stock investing. This is the guy who tricked me. Hey. Samsu abruptly turned around and threw a rock at a bush. Are you here? He shouted. The sounds died down. There was a dead silence. I'm having a nervous breakdown. I need bodyguards for protection. And so, how's the situation in my guild? Guild window. Last guild. Guild members minus 1991 user. 300 hits per minute. Level 12. Dealer. Oh. No. What's on the application forms here? I wonder who that is. We are the team that defeated the boss during beta testing. We wish to join the guild because we want to fight together with the leader. Iron Jua Tank, isn't that the team from the beta? And they will all obey me. We approve, of course. At this time in the cave, a hedgehog was sitting and chewing on a seed. Skulls and bones were flying around the hedgehog. Our hero chopped skeletons with weapons left and right. And the hedgehog sat and continued to eat the seed. I feel like they never end. As soon as I kill one, to come running. And then our hero chopped up another skeleton, and one of the bones flew off and hit hedgehog. The impact knocked the pet off his feet, and he fell down. The hedgehog had not expected this. He stood up sharply, after which he ran up to one of the sharp bones and picked it up. He raised this bone above his head with his 2 paws like a sword and shouted, "Kick." That's it. Job done. The horizon was clear. There were no skeletons to be seen anywhere. The hedgehog was crushing the air with his bones as if he were fighting monsters. I think after these battles my body is much lighter by a few pounds. Here's the reward. Take away. Now let's see what they gave me this time. Open the chest. And there's a soul collector's earring. Classification. Growth type item. Current rating. E. 1 in 10,000. Stamina plus 500. Mana plus 500. Intelligence plus 5. This is an artifact used by a legendary potion master who wore it his entire life. The stone has turned red due to the many experiments the master did. Could there be some special secret in this earring? Also, in the chest was a zookeeper's belt. Classification. Item in unknown condition. 5 uses remaining. Restores damage, stamina, and mana to all of the user's pets. When certain conditions are met, this ability will be unlocked. When the number of uses reaches 3, the item will be unlocked. The current number of invocations is 1 out of 3. What a bunch of junk. Watching them give me items makes me feel like a player. I need more information. Anyway, if that's the case, then things will be different. Am I going to suffer again? Mission accomplished. Become a mentor for the monster and give the depressed slug a name. Okay. First of all, I have a totally bad feeling about this. But before I complete the mission, maybe we should do a little work. Kick. Hold on. The only question on my mind right now is where to find this slug. Kick. What's that? Are those slugs? They're a little different than what I imagined and expected to see. But that's even better. I'll get rid of them without a shred of guilt. Our hero began to slash slugs with ease. With one blow he struck 3 of them at once. What's going on? This is something new and weird. Is it really? Hedgehog also threw himself into the fight. Show basic information about the enemy, but his bone instantly began to melt. They're acid slugs. That's just great. Destroying them will be much more fun. The entrance to the dungeon. Why are they doing this to me? What's that? It's just some noises. Is someone there? Is someone alive in there? If I keep putting it off, I'm gonna have a problem. This area has yet to be surveyed. That's why no one other than the leader would come here. It would be great if there were more people there. Okay. Here we go. Open the equipment window. I hear a lot of games give players full uniforms, that damn company. They're begging for artificial intelligence, all that stuff. Alright, let's go. A message has been sent to you from your cell phone. It's a message from the raid captain's guard. Would you like to see it? The sender is Cho Yu-jong. Huiyu. There's that woman again. What does she want this time? Meanwhile in the cave, the hedgehog bone is almost completely melted. The hedgehog started crying about it. Kick. Kick. Their bones. That's why they melt faster in the mountains. Neither the name nor the details of the monster I've never seen before are familiar to me. So I suggest we find out more about it first. Now that I know these slugs are acidic, so now we'll be fine. Don't cry over stuff like that. Since we're here, I'm gonna give you another cool gift. Kick. Kick. Now watch this. How exactly are we going to attack the monsters, you ask? You don't have to think about it too much. We can kill them without touching them. I agree. Sounds a little crazy. Our hero drew his sword and raised it up above his head. He put his hand to the sword and just lit a flame right on the blade of the sword. The guild master's special skill flame aura is activated. It condenses and releases the magical power of fire. The leader tossed up his sword and began to sheath it, after which he threw a fireball from his sword and shouted, "Come out, depressed slug." The practical skill exuberant aura has been activated. If I get rid of all the mobs, the main slug will come out on its own. But here, while trying to repeat your guild master's practical skill, there was a glitch. You don't have enough mana. And do what? Great opportunity for. You think I can't use the fire skill without mana? I'll beat you until you're doused. But then the hedgehog noticed something. He started screaming and waving his paws for the leader to pay attention to him. Kick. Hedgehog translation. Let one slug live. I hear you, buddy. I'll give you 50 seconds. Bring in the depressed slug right now. For now, I'm asking you nicely. The slug began to cry and shake. Then it started making some strange noises. What's the problem? The slug turned into an arrow and pointed the way. Do you want to come with us? All right. Let's go. Show me the way. Slughorn ducked in a show of devotion. Good job. Now just go away. At that very second, the slug was blown away by the wing. Kick. It's hard to see. This slug was glowing very brightly. He was drawing some dumbbells on the ground. That creature does look depressing. More like waste, though. Kick. No. It's more like a rotten potato. The slug began to stare at the hedgehog. Crazy thoughts began to form in his little brain. Hedgehog is meat, and meat is protein. To gain muscle mass, you need to eat as much protein as possible. The slug approached the hedgehog. Kick. Hedgehog started yelling with all his might. The leader turned around. He saw a slug devouring a hedgehog whole. The hedgehog thought it was the end. What do we do? How do I get it off? This slug doesn't seem to have the strength to secrete acid and dissolve. The leader walked up to the slug and slapped it with the finger of his hand. His trademark flick. The hedgehog almost died. Slime was upset, with almost no life points left after being hit. This caused the slime to retreat and get off the hedgehog. A large red bump had formed on the slime's head. Slughorn was even more upset than he had been before he met the heroes. The leader decided to look around. and Hedgehog tried to lift the barbell, but there was no way he was going to succeed. The stone is actually heavier than it looks. That slug, maybe I should turn it into a gym-obsessed creature. It's probably not going to be easy. I might even say impossible. Meanwhile, there's a final boss in the guild room. The guild includes Flicker, rank 5, Sweetyo, aka Choyujong, rank 3. Guys, as you may have noticed, I was able to contact the leader after the closed beta ended. Something must have happened to him while he was in the game. So this is Astrom's doing. I think it is. Yoon De-kyung, rank 4. Charon, aka Seo Cherry, rank 6. What if we're wrong? Are you saying he's dead? If it's not him, who else would use the name Raid Captain in the game? That name has been used since the beta ended. There are plenty of other names available now. You know that's not always the case. She's right, sister. He didn't get an invitation from his friends or the guild. Taekwon, aka One Taek, rank 2. Yujin, did you manage to make contact with him outside the game? No. That's what his employee is doing. I asked her recently. There are no other options, so let's keep looking for any leads. Did any other guild members show up online? Almost all but one is logged into the game. Ever since the guild name was changed, there have been problems and confusions. Me, Sister Kyung and Charon will help them adjust. Brother Tak, please focus on raising your level. And lastly, Khan, when does the low season start again? Sis, what do you mean low season? I told you this season is called low season. Khan wanted to show off and show everyone that he's the smartest. Yujin pronounced the name correctly, but only in Korean, and the correct way to say it is as Kong pronounced it in English mixed with a Korean accent. At this time in the cave, the hedgehog got into character. He started training the slug like he was a real fitness trainer. Kick. Are we sure we're doing the right thing? Recovery should take 45 minutes. Gurgle. No change at all. Slughorn was already blue and sweaty from practicing with Hedgehog. It's not that simple. I thought if I made him practice, he'd change or something, but he doesn't. This reminds me of that time the rat cave case was solved in an abnormal way. What if? Think to yourself, it's impossible for a slug to be obsessed with exercise and the gym. Slug probably knows the answer to this complex question. Kick. Hey, slug, come here for a second. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. What are we gonna do with you? I wonder if he really talks like that. It would be great if someone could translate these words for me. The hedgehog rejoiced. The slug is giving me some signs and clues, and I don't get it. Kick. No player nearby to help. No swordsman, who would be good listeners. No information about the assignment either. No explanation. The leader lowered his head and looked nowhere but at the ground. The hedgehog shouted and waved his paws to get attention. Kick, he shouted. Look at me. I need to utilize everything I have here at this time though. I got it. The hedgehog looked at the hero. I get it. It doesn't mean I'm gonna lose without finding a solution. Yes. A few minutes later, the leader cut the slug into many pieces with his sword. Come here. And so it goes. 99. 100. It's a good move to start picking them up early. So this slug is actually quite useful. Wouldn't you say? Bool. Bool. Kick. Kick. Keek. Kick. Kick. You want me to make a rust-resistant dumbbell? If that's all it is, it will be very easy. Good job, kid. Way to go. Bool. Bool. What? What do you want? What do you want from me? I don't understand you. Wait for now and don't bother me. I'll finish up and listen to you. 2 axes and 100 pieces of slime. And here's what we get. FYI, you need to own at least 1 forging skill in an RPG game. Great. Put the molten crystal in the axe. It makes for a wonderful weapon. It's just crazy. 1 little touch, and it's working. Done. This is the Jin Geek's special weapon, or in other words, a dumbbell. With that now, I'm going to try to get pumped up, with the ability to corrode everything with just his touch. He became sad because he couldn't lift weights. For a slug, I'm literally a benefactor. I give you this mighty weapon. Here you go. What's wrong with him? As soon as the slug picked up the weapon, it began to grow right before my eyes. Its size was frightening. This slug would now be loyal to me for the rest of my life. Sent from my phone. This is a message from Captain Reed's Guardian. Would you like to see it? Sender. Choyujin. Why that girl? Guardian of the Raid Captain. Why is there still no contact with him? This is a training video. Is the date on it correct? Yu-John asked. You can see his health status by opening the attachments. If the condition is not critical, regular reports can be delivered every week, so please keep that in mind. I never thought she would behave like this. At that second, some strange sound was heard in the cave. The boy looked around frightened. What was that? This part of the game map doesn't recur any problems with monster recovery, but why can't I restore battle images? What is the cause of all these problems? Debo began to remember. Found a problem in the game system. An attempt is being made to access the system. If this fails, Plan B will be used. The feedback from the artificial intelligence is weird. I'm pretty sure there's some kind of bug. What's that? It's a continuation of the cave. What's going on? Server update. Access denied. At this time in the cave, was that all that had to be done? The hero wondered. Pool? And suddenly, in that second, someone with quick movements of a sharp blade cut the slug into many small pieces. What's wrong? Who's that? Meanwhile in the city, there were many more people than before. That's right, this location is at the coordinates that are on the guild bulletin board. The last guild alliance bulletin board is located in front of the fountain in the village square. The coordinates are 125.145.0. It's a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. Someone suddenly approached the guild members and shouted. As expected of experienced subordinates, I am satisfied. What does he want? Why did he come to us? When you see a master, you should greet him, said Sansu and put his sword to Yun's head. Yun knocked Sansu's sword aside and said, What's wrong with you? You're just like a chunibyo. A chunibyo is a person with 8th grade syndrome. And then he grabbed the guy by the sweater and screamed as hard as he could. Do you want to die? Pieces of the slug fell to the ground. The insect's claws showed from the darkness. Though the cave is dubbed barren, we still see an unfamiliar bug-like creature. Beetle looked into the hero's eyes as if looking into his soul. The leader was already starting to worry. Just as the huge beetle tried to lunge at the leader, at that moment, it was grabbed by a huge green hand. It was a slug. It wasn't easy to get rid of. He threw the insect on the ground and held it down. Regeneration. Health will continue to regenerate until you pierce the core. Slughorn reached for his weapon. He clutched the hilt of the axe with his powerful, huge hand, after which he hit the beetle. The beetle flew several meters away from the impact. Pool. Beetle was angry. He accepted the challenge, stood up and jumped into the fray. Slughorn got into a stance. The beetle stopped as he saw the little slugs. They stood shivering in the gorge. Slughorn looked at the bug and swung his axe. Why is there suddenly a description above the monsters? A mantis who lost all his friends. Slughorn began swinging the axe with both hands to hit as hard as possible. Two huge monsters met in battle. They blocked each other's blows. A blast wave formed around them. It was as if the two monsters had equal strength. Who will win the contest? Look at what this gym buff's doing. Let's watch him. The mantis seems to have seen the slug's weak spot. He attempted to pierce the core to disable the slug's health point regeneration ability. Slughorn even felt the pain from the blow, but it's not easy to defeat a huge jelly monster. He grabbed the mantis by the neck with his right hand. This made the mantis start squeaking. Slughorn knocked the bug to the ground and swung his axe. Slughorn struck the beetle with his axe and tossed it aside. The bug flew into the wall and collapsed it. The leader was delighted with that fight. Excellent. And the hedgehog was just fascinated by these monsters. He wanted the show to go on. The audience began applauding the slug for the performance. Meanwhile in the city, all the guild members were lying on the ground. If you underestimate someone, know that you'll pay for it. That's what people usually say, said Sansu. It's a feeling, said Jua. Sansu is the best. Level 21. He really looks like a raid captain. Iron Jua. Level 5. The fighting style is similar. Guys, let's agree on everything until we meet a real guild master. He's a little annoying, but he's cool at the same time. I agree. Jua is a little crazy, but strong. So it's okay. So you guys decided to be my buddies. At this time in the cave, a slain praying mantis was sticking its head in the cave wall. Two red pebbles fell from the wall on impact. They caught Hedgehog's attention. Kick, asked the hedgehog and pointed his finger at his open mouth. If you want something, you can go and eat it all, replied the leader. Kick, Hedgehog rejoiced. He grabbed one of the red rocks off the ground and began to gnaw on it with his teeth. The hedgehog was over the moon. It tastes divine. The corpse of the praying mantis began to move. A jelly-like purple substance began to drip from its mouth. It was a purple slug. It fell out of the mantis corpse's mouth and immediately started looking at the hedgehog that was gobbling up the red rock. The purple slug crawled closer to the hedgehog and jumped on him. The hedgehog saw it. He defended his pebble. The hedgehog turned his back to the enemy and set his sharp needles. Then the hedgehog turned around and started screaming. He felt a burning sensation in his mouth. And as soon as the purple slug got close, the hedgehog released flames at them from its mouth. The hedgehog didn't see that coming. What happened? Where did the flames come from? At this time, all social media was overflowing with information and worries from different people over the disappearance of the guild master. But in the end, no one understood where he really was or where to look for him. Many different articles could be found on the internet. Is it true that the raid captain is missing in action? The latest situation with gathering online without a leader. Who used the nickname Raid Captain in the new game? Last guild moved to Astrom game. Will it be possible to achieve high results without a leader? The girl decided to read user posts on the forum in the article. Is it true that the Raid Captain is missing? Discussions a day ago. Is it true that Raid Captain is missing in action? Also, about the name in the game Raid Captain, I know some rumors. There are no answers on this topic. Is it true that he's not missing in action, but just made a mess of things in the Astrom game? He was trying to draw attention to himself by being annoying on YouTube and in the Astrom game. The girl hit the read button on the last thread. You assholes, I'll sue you. The girl shouted in anger and then slammed her fist on the table. I want to know what kind of user wrote this nonsense. That's the wrong version. It's just that everyone watches his videos 100 times. I really hope he's doing well in the Astrom game. I took the guild name to bring back Captain Raid, but that didn't happen. Still, the little kids won't stop crossing over, so I'm frustrated. Fans of Leader, please, if you can confirm your subscription to his YouTube channel, we'll present you a free pass. I'll be keeping an eye on the guild until our raid captain shows up. Regards, your Sansu is the best. I hate him so much. I hate that clown. At this time in the cave, the leader clapped his hands in admiration. The hedgehog was overwhelmed with emotion. He was even ready to piss his pants with joy. A large green giant stood proudly before them with his axe. The giant slowly began to shrink. It looks like it's your size in calm mode, but that's okay. You're still big and strong. The leader approached the corpse of the dead insect. We threw all our strength into it, so we were able to kill it. The insect gave gold and an artifact after death, a mantis knife. I didn't think I'd get this for killing a big, scary praying mantis. Alright, well, we'll see. And so, done. Slug and Hedgehog were distracted from their studies and turned their attention to the bow. We can't go on like this, said the leader. The guy came over to Hedgehog and sat down. The Hedgehog didn't understand what he wanted from him, but he hid the gem behind his back just in case. The leader put his hand on Hedgehog's head and said, I want to give you a name, my friend. Quan. By getting a new name you don't lose the old one. Quan. Quan. Alright. Then, let's call you Quan Quan. Quan. The hedgehog concluded that the guy didn't understand the hedgehog language at all. Because Quan Quan translates to exactly the same as the previous one. Now let's finish our mission. You. The leader turned to Slime. Stop shaking your weight and come over to me. Since you're a gym-obsessed, weightlifting slug, we'll call you Cockslime. Cockslime. The username in the game has been changed. Mission accomplished. Mission become a mentor to a depressed slug. Turn it into a super monster and give it a name completed. The friendship with Catchaslime is top-notch. Side missions have been completed. An additional mission has been added. You may decline this mission. If you don't complete the mission, you will be penalized twice. Mission reference. Make Cockslime defeat the dungeon boss. On the screen monitor, a mandatory assignment appeared with a note that there is currently no one stronger than Cockslime. Cockslime wishes to become as strong as you. Train the strongest slime in the dungeon. He thought about the fact that it shouldn't just be that. Somewhat too obvious, he thought. It became clear that whether it was the boss or someone else, they had killed them all. Quan wasn't thinking about anything. He was known on diamonds. He persistently gnawed on the diamond. Before he could bite off a piece of diamond, a giant mace collapsed next to Quan. The impact cracked the ground, and huge stones sprinkled around. A skeleton appeared out of the clouds of smoke and dust. He held a huge iron mace with spikes in his hand. That name is Armed Skeleton. The leader got the feeling that this mob was more powerful than the previous ones. He stared indifferently at his new adversary. The armed skeleton greatly outnumbered the leader in size. He realized that he should not let his guard down now. The leader struck first. With a powerful sword strike, the leader shattered the armed skeleton, and it scattered in a rockfall. The leader could make his job easier. He didn't want to waste potions. Reveling in his victory, the leader admired himself. He thought about how sexy he was. He looked around, expecting the people around him to admire him. However, he was surrounded only by a mildly interested Kwang and an uncomprehending Caucaslime, who made only gurgling noises in response. Catch the wave of positivity from the leader. Caucaslime felt a surge of joy and vigor. He began to pump his biceps with incredible speed. The leader watched him silently. Facepalm. He was sickened by what he saw in front of him. The leader was interested in whether the dim-witted Caucaslime would be useful in the game. He asked him to open the status window. Upon seeing the information that appeared on the screen as well, the leader was at a loss for words. It looked like madness. He couldn't believe his eyes. Caucaslime's characteristics appeared on the monitor. Among the main characteristics, strength, 420, dexterity, 70, intelligence -30. Realizing the uniqueness of his capabilities, Caucaslime smiled embarrassedly. The power of Caucaslime 420, the leader couldn't believe it. He did very little, but everything turned out in the most unexpected way. At this time in the mall, two girls were out shopping. One of them asked her friend if she thought Yujong was acting strange lately. The second girl replied that she too had noticed sister Yujong's strange behavior. Both girls noticed that when they entered Astrom, Yujong was a little confused. It felt like she was preparing for something. Although Yujong was known to everyone as a perfectionist, and for her to behave like this was not entirely unusual, though that was exactly what was strange. The fact that they had suddenly moved to a storm right before a large-scale raid was already causing them to have doubts. The dumb blonde still couldn't grasp her friend's point. Suddenly she remembered that brother leader had told them not to be late. The girl thought back to a recent conversation she had overheard by chance about how there was going to be a major raid in Rou Online soon. Bugilma would be there. She began to think over everything she had heard. Rou Online, Astrom and IG Soft, Guildmaster and Cho Yujong. Everything looked like something was happening. Suddenly, the blonde saw something on her phone. She shrieked and called her friend to take a look. An emergency meeting has been called. The blonde's phone received a notification from the general chat that an emergency gathering was planned. Everyone needs to get ready. The guild quest should start in 20 minutes. The guild quest has begun. Now it's come to the guy's attention that this is a crazy jackpot. The whole office plankton began to party and celebrate. Everyone got ready to eat Korean beef stew tonight. The boy squirmed in his chair and stared at the monitor. His nerves were on edge. He couldn't wait. Guild quest has been released, and by this point, over 1 million users had already joined. And that meant the beginning of something very interesting. At that moment, he felt admiration for how good they were at using other people's labor. The boy hurriedly began typing the message. He realized that they were afloat only because of Captain Reed. It was his duty to inform the explorer of their success. From the dark stony cave, lighting his way with a lantern, the exhausted Cho Youngbi emerged. Cho Youngbi repeated to himself that the molten skeleton level was 48. The acid slime level was 55. Cho Youngbi was looking at the notification window. He noticed that until yesterday, the average level among users was 19th. The highest was 38. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was crazy. This guy's a real leader. But what's his job now? All those monsters were mopped up by him alone. Suddenly, a message arrived on Cho Youngbi's phone informing him that 1 million downloads had been reached. It was also an invitation to have a succulent Korean beef dinner tonight. Cho Youngbi was also informed that the guild quest has started and the boss wants him to participate in it. Astrom and IGSOFT were heading into battle. Cho Youngbi couldn't believe what he had just read. This is a joke, right? He thought. Cho Youngbi opened the guild window and thought about how people these days like to prank their coworkers. Cho Youngbi decided to check things out for himself. He opened the guild quest window and hit the guild quest button. The first thing Cho Youngbi came across was an announcement that outstanding warriors were wanted in the Arthur Kingdom. There would soon be a martial arts competition that all qualified Astromians could participate in. It will be a massive quest where everyone can gain recognition from the kingdom. Jo Youngbi was infuriated by the news of the upcoming martial arts competition. He only hoped that Captain Rada was indeed a pretty tough guy and he'd be okay. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind Jo Youngbi. The voice came from the depths of the dark cave. The voice asked the astonished Jo Youngbi, "Who are you?" Jo Youngbi looked back fearfully in the direction where the sound came from. From the depths of the cave, two glowing eyes could be seen. "Captain Rada." Jo Youngbi asked the unknown man in a trembling voice. Suddenly, the creature with glowing eyes abruptly approached Jo Youngbi. When the creature came close to Jo Youngbi's face, it asked, "Who are you? And why were you looking for me?" Meanwhile, Captain Rada stood at the entrance to the boss's lair. The dark cave, with its cold air, did not inspire him with confidence. He decided to leave Hedgehog at the entrance and armed him with a self-defense blade. Hedgehog was overjoyed. It was his first cold weapon. Captain Rada offered to let him play with Slime if he got bored. Slime couldn't stop exercising his muscles. Captain Rada had ordered him menacingly to stop this futile exercise and to go hunting at last. Activating the Guildmaster's special skill, Ice Aura, Captain Rada leisurely walked into the depths of the unexplored cave. Captain Reed's hand was burning with cold. He was ready to use the power of ice at any moment. Captain Rada applied the Aura Claw skill, forming sharp claws from his aura. With one mighty leap, Captain Rada moved into the depths of the cave. He didn't know what awaited him inside the cave, but he decided that whoever attacked first would win. Captain Rada directed a powerful stream of ice forward of himself. The stone walls of the cave were covered with frost. Once inside the cave, Captain Rada couldn't understand a thing. He looked around in bewilderment. He was all alone in the midst of the blocks of stone. The muffled echo of his own footsteps echoed through the cave. Captain Rada looked around once more, trying to find any sign of the enemy's presence. Realizing that he was here all alone, Captain Rada felt ridiculous. At the same time, he felt disappointed. Several small pebbles fell at Captain Reed's feet. He once again directed a powerful stream of ice into one corner of the cave, creating an incredible noise and vibration throughout the cave. Captain Reed then used the skill, Aura Shift, which gives him the ability to move active auras at high speed. But suddenly something very strange and unexpected happened. Captain Rada fell silent and listened. A strange crackling sound caught his attention. It sounded as if it were coming from deep within the earth. Suddenly, the ground cracked under Captain Reed's feet, and a giant worm burst out. Captain Rada had never seen or heard of such a thing before. First a slime, now a worm. This dungeon was repulsive. Once fully revealed, the worm began to spin on its axis, spreading a nasty slime around it that flew in all directions. Captain Rada prepared to attack. The worm was really gigantic and it was not easy to attack it. Waiting for the right moment, Captain Rada approached the worm, trying to strike with his sword. A slippery green slurry splattered against the cave walls. The worm spat it out, trying to get at Captain Rada. Captain Reed managed to dodge the spit, and the nasty slime sloshed to the ground, burning through the soil and rocks. Captain Rada took aim and picked a spot for the worm to attack. Gathering his strength and preparing his sword, he said to himself, "This is going to hurt." His sword was enveloped in an icy aura. The sword blade turned into an ice blade, filled with the power of ice. He swung his sword with all his might, and accelerated, has struck a blow to the worm's body. At this point, the system noted Captain Reed's basic test skill level. This user is quick and confident with weapons, causing a blast. Captain Reed's sword burned ice cold, exuding power. At that moment, Captain Reed's attention was caught by a sound that came from deep within the cave. He couldn't understand what could be the source of those sounds. Could there be someone else in this cave besides the worm? Without waiting for a new enemy to appear, Captain Rada directed a stream of icy energy into the depths of the cave where the strange sounds were coming from. In response, the cave shook with a mighty roar. The walls of the cave shook, and the ground trembled beneath Captain Reed's feet. Captain Rada froze for a few seconds, trying to comprehend what had happened. The cave shook like an earthquake. An incredibly sized mouth with giant predatory fangs appeared straight out of the cave. The master of the barren cave, a giant lizard-like monster, appeared in front of Kwang and Kokkaslime. Kwang and Kokkaslime froze silently in horror. They stared at the monster with their mouths open, unable to find the strength to escape. The lizard looked at them curiously with his eye, trying to make out the tiny objects. The helpless Kwon tightly clutched the blade that Captain Rita had given him. He could not think of using it against the giant lizard. At that moment, Kwon began to realize Captain Rita had entered a cave that was not a cave at all. It was the mouth of a huge monster. The entrance to the cave was closed, which meant that Captain Rita would not be able to get out of the crocodile's mouth. Suddenly, the realization came to Kwon that the leader had been eaten. Slime stood silently watching. In his mind, the data analysis had just begun. Suddenly, flames engulfed the whole place. Bright flames engulfed Kwon and Slime. Kwon was engulfed in fire. The barbs on his back turned into one solid torch. Kwon began to squeak wildly and let out puffs of smoke from his mouth. Slime looked at Kwon confusedly. Covering his face from the bright flames, he stared at his friend in horror. Suddenly, Kwon rose up from the ground and began to roar furiously. He looked like a meteorite engulfed in flames. Flames burst out of his eyes. He seemed to be burning from within his small body. Clenching his small fists, the hedgehog hissed furiously. This was the manifestation of Kwon's special skill called Burn. Kwon. The hedgehog began spitting out fireballs and aiming them at the giant lizard, one ball of flame after another. However, the fireballs that the brave hedgehog launched were tiny to the huge lizard. Kwon attacked the monster again and again, but it only made the lizard angry without doing any significant damage. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a wave of energy embraced the lizard, tearing it to pieces. Parts of the lizard flew apart as if from a bomb blast. That meant one thing: someone had used the aura riot skill, and the aura was scattered everywhere. Kwon and Slime froze and stared in amazement at the cloud of dust that was left behind. After the lizard's explosion, a human figure emerged from the cloud of dust and light created by the explosion. The man flew in the air and rotated around his axis as if after a powerful jump. After making a few turns in the air, the man deftly landed behind Kwon and Slime's backs, thrusting his sword into the ground. With a powerful sword strike, the ground opened up and piles of rocks flew apart. Kwon and Slime felt the impact of the wave and froze in horror. When Kwon turned around, he shrieked with joy and delight. Tears appeared in his eyes. It was his friend, Captain Rita. He was unharmed and unharmed. There were drops of blood on his face, but not his own, but the blood of the giant lizard he had just destroyed. Without restraining himself, Kwon instantly jumped into Captain Reed's embrace. Captain Rita happily grabbed his little friend and held him to his chest. However, a few moments later, Kwon was in the air. Captain Rita, having been burned by the burning hedgehog, threw him away. Slime looked at his friends with doting eyes. He was also overjoyed to see Captain Reed. Meanwhile, two ominously burning eyes stared at the frightened bespectacled man. The creature made a growling sound like an unknown speech. The bespectacled man staggered backward and trembled with fear. He asked the creature apprehensively, "Captain Reed?" Three creatures that were terrifying in appearance appeared before him. A giant green monster, a tiny hedgehog with burning fire eyes, and a huge monster with glowing eyes and flames. Captain Rita stared at the bespectacled man in surprise, wondering who the man in front of him might be. Is it a player? Captain Rita crouched down to the bespectacled man sitting on the ground and asked who he was. An IGSOFT researcher. Convinced that it was the explorer, he anxiously demanded an answer from him as to what he was doing here. He grabbed the explorer angrily by the collar and began to shake him. "What the hell is going on in there?" the dazed bespectacled man asked Captain Reed. The explorer was speechless with horror. He trembled and replied that he didn't know what Captain Rita was talking about. Could he really be the leader? It was as if the explorer didn't understand Captain Reed's speech. In front of him, he saw a huge, flame-covered monster that mouthed incomprehensible speech. He was worried. What's going on? Abandoning fruitless attempts to learn any information from the explorer, Captain Rita dragged him along, telling him to follow him. At this point, a notification came from the system that Captain Reed was being automatically relocated. As of the completion of the mission, he would be given a new mission and role. Now was the most inopportune moment. Captain Rita was furious. Immediately after receiving this notification, Kwon began to disappear, dissolving into millions of pixels. Hedgehog watched helplessly as he ceased to exist. The same thing began to happen to Captain Reed. His body began to disintegrate into millions of pixels, as if melting into space. Turning into a cloud of glowing pixels, Captain Rada released the explorer from his arms, saying afterward that they would meet outside. At this point, the explorer received a notification from the system that the dungeon will now be rebooted due to a system error. To ensure user safety, the system will be forced to shut down after 30 seconds. The researcher stared at the monitor. A mistake. Now he was sure it was Captain Rada in front of him. However, a moment later, the researcher realized that since the beta had ended, not a single problem had been reported in the program. Now there was only one way to find the leader. The explorer was distracted from his thoughts by a giant green monster that stood in front of him, holding a huge axe. He raised his head and looked at the monster and thought, "What's that?" Slime stared at the man in silence. His face did not express a single emotion. Suddenly, Slime swung his axe and struck the explorer. With one blow of his axe, Slime sliced the explorer in two. The severed parts of the man's body fell to the ground. Captain Rita angrily kicked a rock that had gotten under his feet. Captain Rita and Kwang were walking down a path in the forest. Captain Reed didn't like all this. Captain Rita was indignant. That's what always happens when he gets close to solving a problem. But suddenly, right in the path of Captain Reed and Kwang, a chest appeared out of nowhere. Captain Rita kicked the chest with his foot with fury, causing it to open. This nonsense doesn't help either. At this time, he received a notification from the system that the mission was forcibly cancelled because it was not reviewed in time. The reward will be increased if the joint mission is successfully completed. Captain Rita began furiously striking his fists at the system monitor, but his hands went through the virtual window, which remained invulnerable. This made Captain Reed so angry. Tired of futilely trying to figure out the system, Captain Rita crouched on top of the chest. He bowed his head helplessly and hung back. Captain Rita was very upset. At this point, a notification came from the system that new conditions would be created for the next task. Army management is a special condition for highly ranked non-player characters. It will be possible to train as soon as army management is activated. Captain Rita thought again. Something other than the lack of results was bothering him. He thought back to his recent encounter with the explorer. Judging by the fact that the explorer had immersed himself in the game, there was no problem with his body in reality. Captain Rita was sure that the explorer had come to the game to figure things out. Captain Reed had troubling thoughts. Apparently, he'd been kept out of the game for some reason, but he couldn't figure out why. He was sure Astrom needed him. Captain Reed recalled them mentioning that Astrom is a game where artificial intelligence bases gameplay on the data it receives. Surely, then, they were going to fill in the missing data with them? Captain Rita was horrified at the realization. Now everything was coming together. First, the missions. Captain Reed remembered the test of the email he had received before the game started. There is a mission available to you. Role: Head of the Royal Knights of the White Bear. Goal: 3 missions, including 1 hidden mission. You will fail if a character or soldier who is assigned as part of your mission dies. If this happens, you will be penalized in your next role. Condition: You may not leave the kingdom. The system then prompted him to become a monster trainer and name the depressed slime. They're not quests, they're missions. If the point is that it can directly affect the game, then it makes sense. Besides, anyone can get quests, but only he is given missions. Captain Rita continued to ponder while sitting on a chest in the middle of the forest. At this time, Kwang was nonchalantly enjoying the surrounding nature. That's when Captain Reed realized Astrom was not yet complete. He rose to his feet with anger and clenched his fists. He grimaced at the thought of the end of the game will be the moment of Astrom's completion. Captain Reed's musings were interrupted by the appearance of a squad of knights. They were on horseback, in full uniform. Their faces were hidden under heavy helmets. One of the knights rushed over and saluted Captain Reed. Captain Rita looked at the knights in surprise. He could not see the face of the knight who addressed him, but his voice sounded familiar to Captain Rita. It was definitely a voice he was familiar with. It was two guys Captain Reed had seen before. The knights raised the visor of their helmets and cheerfully encircled Captain Reed. There was a third man with them, without the knight's uniform, but wearing a cloak and hat. Captain Rita looked indifferently at his guests, and sullenly returned to sit on the chest. Respecting the formalities, he asked them their business, and inquired about the third man who had come with them. One of the knights replied that the man was a colleague of theirs, added for this mission. The man in the hat said hello to Captain Reed, and added that he had recently been assigned to a border security mission. He also asked Captain Reed to take care of him. The man in the hat nervously gripped his staff as if expecting danger on all sides. Captain Rita wondered, "Border security, what's that for?" According to the notification from the system, a new mission has been created. Border Defense Kingdom Arthur. Role: Captain of the Border Defense of the Royal Knights of the White Bear. Objective: to complete 3 hidden missions. The mission will fail if a character or soldier is killed. The punishment will be given in the next role. Condition: other users cannot be involved. Captain Rita rose unhappily. He began to grumble, for he had purposely not opened the notification window to get some rest. Now he was swamped with work again. Realizing he had no other choice, Captain Rita stood up, stretched, and got to work. Captain Rita cast a stunning glance at the fellow in the hat and informed him that it was time to see what he could be of use to him. The system dialog box showed that the character's name: Mage 1. Level: 30. Popularity: 10. Loyalty: 50. Affinity: 0. As for the knights who accompanied the magician, the name of the first of them, Swordsman 1. The name of the second was Swordsman 2. The characteristics of both guys were the same. Level: 41. Popularity: 30. Loyalty: 100. Affinity: 80. Captain Rita looked at the swordsman contentedly. They had done a good job. Meanwhile, Caucaslime has disposed of the explorer. The explorer's armor fell to the ground with a clatter. In addition, a notebook with handwritten notes that belonged to the explorer was on the ground. Suddenly, Caucaslime heard a voice addressing him. It was the voice of Captain Reed. Caucaslime listened carefully. In front of Caucaslime's face, a stone with the image of a rune floated in the air. The rune was filled with firelight and radiated heat. It was from the rune that Captain Reed's voice came. Captain Rita told Caucaslime that he would call him soon, but for now, Caucaslime should not play and raise his level. Besides, even if Caucaslime answered him, Captain Rita wouldn't understand him, so it would be better if Caucaslime kept quiet. At the end, Captain Rita asked Caucaslime to take care of the rune stone. Caucaslime stared silently at the rune stone and listened to what Captain Rita was telling him. After finishing making a sound, the rune stone fell to the ground, and its glow gradually began to fade away. Caucaslime carefully lifted the rune stone from the ground. Holding the stone in his huge palm, Caucaslime scrutinized it. He sighed heavily. The stone was his only connection to his friends. He didn't want to be alone again. Caucaslime remembered Captain Reed's words that he should take care of the rune stone. Caucaslime hid it in the safest place he could think of, just under his skin. After that, Caucaslime's attention was caught by a notebook that, among other things left behind by the explorer, lay on the ground. The notebook opened up and on the title page was written, Captain Raid Beta Test, Bug Report. The rune stone, which could be used to transmit messages over a distance, Captain Rita found in the very chest that had fallen at his feet in the forest. It was a ringing runestone. Item class: be rechargeable copy item available 24 hours after the initial copy. The same type of stone is duplicated and given to a target specified by the user. The caster can summon a target holding the cloned runestone in the desired location. Can be used as a portable walkie-talkie at any time. Captain Reed was fascinated by the versatility of this item. He immediately thought that he should give a runestone each to the swordsman and Quan Quan. Captain Rita enthusiastically continued to examine the contents of the chest. The next item, he found there was the Soul Collector's Necklace. Item class: Growth type item. Item rating: E-class 2000, 10,000. Strength: plus 500. Magic power: plus 500. Dexterity: plus 5. An artifact that the legendary potion maker had shared his entire life. The stone turned red as the Soul Collector conducted several experiments at once. It is known to be one of the accessories he loved most. Set effect 2. 1 magic power restoration per second. What? Another Soul Collector? Captain Rita wondered if there was a net of such jewelry. He immediately put the necklace around his neck. Captain Rita was very pleased. Like a true gaming maniac, he goes crazy for items of power. At that moment, Kwang reminded Captain Reed of how, until a few minutes ago, he had been kicking the chest with his feet and trying to punch the dialogue box in the face. Captain Reed himself had laughed at his recent behavior. He thought about the fact that the earrings to the necklace might also be in the chest. It was Soul Collector Earrings, Item Class, Growth Type Item. Current Rating, E-Class, 1991 out of 10,000. Captain Rita wondered, had it already been possible to capture 2,000 in Caucusline's lair? The situation with the necklace was the same as with the earrings. Captain Ride's musings were interrupted by one of the swordsmen. He presented him with a robe similar to the one he himself was wearing. Swordsman 1 informed the leader that he should wear the robe from now on. The same mini mantle was also handed to Quan Quan, leaving him delighted. Rob, why? Thought Captain Rita, examining his new closet item. The swordsman had explained that from now on, wearing the robe was a requirement. After all, a leader should conceal his identity. Do I have to hide myself? Swordsman 1 Captain Reed asked, perplexed, wrapping himself in a new robe. It is the king's decree, Swordsman 1 explained to the leader. He handed him a piece of paper with the king's seal on it. The seal showed a crown with a cross on top. Captain Rita stunned, his eyes fixed on the sign. It wasn't just a letter, it was a royal decree. Captain Rita took the package in his hands. Is this the mission? He asked. Swordsman 1 told him that he had not received the decree directly and did not know what it contained. There was no doubt, the royal seal is real, the swordsman confirmed it. They admitted with admiration that their majesties must have recognized the leader's abilities. They couldn't wait to find out what was inside sooner rather than later. Captain Rita carefully unfolded the piece of paper. Opening the decree, the leader read the following: Captain of the Ray and Commander of the Polar Bear Knights. We are waiting for you at the border village, so drop by as soon as possible before the mission begins. The leader was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe what he had just read. The last phrase in the decree was, I know your secret. The leader stared silently at the text of the decree and read it over and over again, unable to find the strength to believe what was written. That the meaning of the decree was obvious. Captain Rita with Kwang Kwang on his back and the mage dressed in long brown robe stood in front of 3 giant monsters that looked like werewolves. The mage turned out to be a young girl with blonde hair. She was confused because she had never seen such monsters before. The raid captain allowed that they might have been drawn here by cracks in the wall. It looked like it. The werewolf monster roared furiously and was ready to attack. The werewolf monster tried to pounce on our heroes, but was stopped by a force like a huge hand grabbing the monster by the throat. The monster began to growl, trying to break free from the clinging paw, but it couldn't budge. After examining the tracks on the border, the mage reported that she had not encountered such a skill before. The mage added that it could be related to black magic. The mage and the leader looked at each other. The werewolf monster was very aggressive. The monster was very aggressive. The deadly power emitted by the monster was reflected, crashing against the defense like sea waves against rocks. The concentrated energy of the monsters turned into fiery lava, which spread everywhere with an unstoppable flow. The raid captain drew his sword and swung to attack the monster. He pierced through the monster's heart with the icy sword blade. The raid captain was alarmed that the complexity of the mission was picking up. Just when he was about to relax, he has to fight hitherto unknown monsters. Meanwhile, a group of 3 guys stood in the middle of the forest. One of them doubted that joining the guild was a good decision. The second of them was worried about whether they would be alright. Don't worry, said the third guy. If we help, everything will go well. Suddenly, Swordsman 1 ran out of the forest with a sword in his hands. He was chased by 2 rats with red eyes. Swordsman 1 was running so fast that a cloud of dust was rising behind him. When the guys saw the scene, they realized that it wasn't going to be that easy. The guy covered his face with his hand and told the other guys to be careful. The boys decided to catch the rats first. Swordsman 1 said that this was his first battle after choosing a new role. Swordsman 1 and Swordsman 2 were in the company of a girl dressed as an archer and a guy with no clothes on. The naked guy shouted that the first thing to do was to catch Argos. Argos are mobs that attack the player, and they enter the attack radius. Swordsman 1 set his shield on the ground in front of him. One of the rats turned its attention to Swordsman 1, who was preparing to do battle with it. Both rats swarmed towards Swordsman 1 at the same time. It was exactly what he had been waiting for. Swordsman 1 fought off the rats, knocking them back in different directions with his shield. The rats flew into the air. Swordsman 1 himself was surprised by the strength of the rats. It hurt more than he thought it would. Swordsman 2 explained that their level was higher than it looked. He was launching arrows at the rats. The guy with no clothes concentrated his energy in his hands and shot it at the rats like fireballs. The rats fell behind Swordsman 1 and switched to his partners. Swordsman 1 slowed down, looked around, and returned to the battlefield. With the support of his partners, Swordsman 1 became enthusiastic. He rushed to attack the 3 rats. As he flew into the air, Swordsman 1 struck the rat with his sword, using his basic swordsman skill, chopping strike. Swordsman 1 used the technique of jumping and using his own weight to attack. The greater the weight, the greater the damage. The rat survived. It chased after Swordsman 1. He flew over the rat and landed on his feet, raising a cloud of dust around him. Swordsman 1 was dusted. Lurking, he waited for the rat's next approach. Seeing the rat flying at him, Swordsman 1 struck it with his hand, calling it a Guildmaster Super Strike. The stunned rat flew off to the side. Swordsman 1 was delighted with his strength. He was pleased with himself and thought he was very cool. Captain Reed, with his robe over his head and Quan Quan on his shoulder, stood back and watched his team battle the rats. He was pleased with the result. He stroked Quan Quan and said that they were now finished with their preparations. The mage, activating his staff, gave the command to open the portal. In the meantime, Captain Rada went to the city. The city consisted of many dwellings and was surrounded by a fortress. Captain Rita and Quan Quan were amazed at the scale of this city and the size of the fortress. They looked at the city with open mouths. The swordsmen have taken the view that since there is a border near this place, there is no choice. They have to build high walls. Captain Rita walked over to the wall and tapped it with his fist. The stone must be big and heavy. The swordsman immediately realized that such a weighty stone was ideal for strength training. Swordsman 1 assumed that the workers who built these walls had biceps as thick as their thighs. Captain Rita grimaced at the swordsman's musings. He asked them if they realized they had come here to do the same thing. The mood of the swordsmen changed. They were confused and anxiety appeared on their faces. Even Quan Quan tensed at the leader's words, imagining how he would have to move huge rocks with his tiny hedgehog legs. The leader asked his team members, "What are you surprised about?" A virtual dialogue box appeared in front of the swordsmen, which they bounced away from like a curse. Captain Reed ordered them to accept the task he was about to assign them. The swordsmen looked at each other confusedly and asked the leader, "Are you serious?" A notice for swordsmen appeared in the system dialog box. Hire workers to repair the walls. The cracks in the walls, the power of which the border villagers are so proud of, are troubling the villagers. Hire laborers to repair the border of the Kingdom of Arthur. The swordsmen looked at each other in silence, drops of sweat dripping down their foreheads from excitement. They couldn't figure out what they were supposed to do. Captain Rita watched them and laughed evilly, rubbing his hands together. Suddenly Captain Rita laughed and said that he was just kidding. They really shouldn't relax. When we recruit workers, they'll fix it right away. After giving the details of the mission, Captain Rita waved at the swordsmen and told them to relax. Then he turned around and walked away. The swordsmen shouted with one voice that they understood everything. But where was the leader going? In the middle of the stone wall of the fortress was a large crack formed by the impact. The crack was at a considerable height, almost at the very top of the wall. Captain Reed noted that such an indentation would not have just appeared. He was smiling slyly and enigmatically. It was clear that he had a plan. He had some thoughts about the damage to the wall, so he said he was going to walk around the neighborhood. And for that he would take the mage with him. The magician held his magic staff to his chest, on the end of which was a magic stone. The mage's face was hidden under a pointy hat and the high collar of his cloak. The mage also had the same cloak as the swordsman and the leader himself. Rita, in company with Mag and Quan Quan, went on a reconnaissance mission. Walking along the high wall of the fortress, they examined every meter of the defenses, assessing their strength and security. The magician walked ahead, illuminating the path with the light emitted from the magic stone. In addition to inspecting the fortress defenses, Captain Rita had another objective. He was observing the mage. He realized that since his proximity with Toronto had become high, he should focus on mage. Captain Rita broke the silence that had reigned all the way by asking the mage if he had ever been to the border village. The mage was taken aback by such a question and emphatically said that no, he had not. This was the first time he was here. Captain Rita added quietly, surprised at this response from the mage. After all, he didn't look amazed when he saw the wall. So the leader assumed that the mage had seen it before. After thinking for a moment, The mage replied that he used to attend a school of magic. They often use sorcery to look at the border. The tone with which the mage spoke seemed uncertain and nervous to the leader. He didn't believe the mage's words. Captain Rita, however, hid it. He pretended to be interested in Maga's college years and would continue to question him. He asked Maga how long he had studied there. The magician became nervous. He replied that he had been in magic school for about 10 years. Now it was the first time he was out of the school. Without waiting for the mage to finish speaking, suddenly, Captain Rita grabbed the hat that was on the mage's head. Pulling his hat off the mage, Captain Rita saw that a young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked at him bewildered, not understanding why he was doing this. The mage shrieked with fright, "Captain Rita, what are you doing?" He looked at her suspiciously and asked sharply, "Who are you?" The girl took her hat from him and covered her face again. She answered with excitement and confusion, What do you mean?" At that moment, the system reported that the mage was feeling uncomfortable. The closeness had decreased by 5 units, current friendship, -5. Suddenly, Captain Rita took his sword out of its sheath and turned to the mage. "You mean to say, the man who came out for the first time in 10 years, so calm. Admit it while you still have the chance. Who are you?" Captain Rita looked at the mage with confidence and fury. The mage was silent. Her face showed that she knew what the leader was talking about. Suddenly, the mage threw off her robe and remained in her costume. She boldly stated to Captain Reed that he didn't have the best reputation. Her tone of voice changed. Now she wasn't pretending to be a young, inexperienced, and scared student of a magic school. Now she spoke directly and confidently to the leader as if she knew everything about him. On her chest hung a badge depicting a bear's head in a crown. Captain Rita looked at it immediately. The mage noticed the look in Captain Reed's eyes. She said he shouldn't be so suspicious. He was still holding his sword in his hand, ready to engage at any second. The mage touched the sign that hung on her chest. The sign immediately began to emit a mystical violet glow. The mage began to ask Captain Reed for his cooperation. "I am a knight of the White Bear," the girl confessed. She added that she was a member of a secret search party. She then unfolded the locket with the backside. It showed another bear with a crown over its head. The girl said that she had been tasked with finding the traitor, so she had joined Captain Reed's group. With those words, she kindly extended her hand to the leader and asked if he would help her. At this point reported the creation of a new quest related to the mission. The purpose of the mission is to find a traitor who has been hiding in a neighboring village. Among the Knights of the White Bear, there is a traitor who discovered a strange tiger while investigating cracks in the walls, suspecting that in the kingdom, organized rebel forces. Find the traitor by cooperating with the secret search team. Information about the mage will be updated. If you refuse, you will become an enemy to the mage. Captain Rita pondered the girl's words for a while. A traitor. But what did that have to do with him and his crew? Captain Rita accepted the mage's offer. He shook her hand and happily informed her that he was always willing to help. The mage was surprised to see such an abrupt change in Captain Reed's mood. She was embarrassed by his sudden influx of kindness and friendliness. At that moment, the system's dialogue box informed Captain Reed that his decision had melted the enchantress's heart. Having reached an agreement, Captain Rita and the mage decided to return to their work. He picked up his robe from the ground. The leader ordered her, "Put on the robe and head back to the patrol." He then calmly returned his sword to its scabbard, turned around and prepared to head back. However, he wasn't actually as calm as he seemed. The mage girl's face seemed familiar to him. He strained, trying to remember where he'd seen her before. Captain Rita, the mage, and Quan, under the coverings of their robes, returned to the city. On the way, Captain Rita decided to question the mage about a possible traitor. He asked if she had any leads. The mage replied that after looking at the cracks in the wall, she had some clues. Perhaps the traitor is someone with a skill she has never seen before. Captain Rita, with Quan behind him, and the mage continued along the wall of the fortress at a leisurely pace. The mage and Captain Reed, with Quan at his back, and the mage walked slowly along the wall of the fortress. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the city fortress, there was an active battle between the players and the rats. The fire from the explosions and attacks shot up into the sky above the trees, visible from anywhere in the city. The mage thought back to the last battle she had witnessed. Captain Rita and Quan opened their mouths in surprise. The situation on the battlefield was getting sharper. The heat from the flames burned the mage, but in that moment she saw something that lingered in her mind for a long time. Kwang Kwang was furious. His needles began to burn, and he turned into a ball of fire. Behind Captain Reed's back, the hedgehog was burning, and his robe could barely contain the flames of fire that came from it. Captain Reed and Kwang Kwang prepared for the attack with burning eyes. The leader gave the command to exert as much force as possible, radiating similar fiery battle auras. Guildmaster and Kwang Kwang obtained a new fusion skill. Seeing Captain Reed and Kwang Kwang joining forces, the mage watched them mesmerized. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. The combined attack was incredibly powerful. Our heroes combined their powers and transformed into fireballs, launching them again and again in the direction of their opponents. Kwang Kwang opened his small mouth. A spark of fire flew out that turned into a fiery, deadly hurricane. A stream of fire embraced one of the monsters, and it turned into a living torch. The second monster swallowed the fireball that Kwang Kwang released. However, after a second, the monster began to inflate like a balloon. Flames of fire erupted from its eyes and mouth, and smoke came from its ears. Its belly was so inflated that one could see a glow emanating from within the monster's body through its skin. The monster inflated to the limit and let out a loud pop, and burst. Pieces of its carcass flew in different directions. This was the fire hedgehog technique. Spikes of flame burst out from the fireballs with a certain duration. The mage watched the battle between Captain Reed and Kwang Kwang very carefully. At that moment, everything became clear to her. Meanwhile, Sansu is in the middle of the forest. He was frustrated again. He was angry while holding his sword in his hand. Almost every tree in the forest was marked with an X. Sansu had been chopping down trees for a long time, and now he was just standing in the middle of the rat's lair and getting angry. Why was it so hard to find someone to accept this body? Jelly Jua noticed that there were very few unmarked trees left in the forest. He offered to finish the job faster and started to push Sansa. Sansu became enthusiastic. He agreed with his friend and suggested attacking a tree that grew nearby. Shooter was the first to attack the tree trunk. The arrow he shot stuck in the bark of the tree. A huge rat jumped out of the dense green branches as it felt the vibration of the gunshot. A long, sharp spike grew on its head. Its eyes glowed red, and its ravenous fangs glistened. Our heroes prepared to attack the rat at the same time, but Sansu stopped them all. He asked his partners to yield to him and give him a chance to fight the rat alone. At that moment, Sansu bared his sword and rushed towards the tree at an incredible speed. Shooter and Jelly Jua stayed behind to watch Sansu. They were amazed by his speed. It was impossible to follow him. Sansu clutched the hilt of his sword tightly in his hand. He was confident in his strength and honed skill. Sansu masterfully twirled his sword in the air, displaying his trademark sword swing that he had honed over a long period of time. "Just so you know, it's an honor for you to meet me," Sansu said, casting a predatory glance at the rat. Suddenly, Sansu's confident and focused gaze changed. His gaze froze on a single point, and an emotion of terror appeared on his face. The rat was approaching Suns with great speed. Suddenly, he realized that he would not be able to do anything about it. In an instant, the rat pierced Sansu's chest with its spike. The guy was knocked off the ground by the strongest blow. The rat continued to attack Sansu. It scratched his body with its sharp claws, biting him with its crooked teeth. Compared to this monster, Kwang Kwang was an angel. The exhausted Sansu fell to the ground. Blood was pouring from the wounds on his body. His eyes rolled back, and his mouth drooled. He thought about how he had underestimated the enemy, how strong the rat was. Sensing the approaching victory, the rat was furious. It swung its spike in different directions, let out a frightening screech, and assumed a fighting stance. Everyone present began to attack the deadly rat. Having tasted blood, the rat raged. It opened its mouth with sharp teeth and squealed. Sansu's sword lay alone on the battlefield, embedded in the ground. It was a reminder of the young warrior's foolish actions. The sword sticking out of the ground looked like a monument. Here rests a guy with 8th grade syndrome. Captain Rada pulled Sansu's sword out of the ground. He looked at the newly staying rats. Why were there so many of them? He was worried. Suddenly Captain Rita heard a woman's voice behind his back addressing him. He recognized her. It was the mage. Captain Rita cautiously turned to his partner. It was at that moment that he felt a strange feeling that was hard to name or describe. There was something painfully familiar in the mage's voice. something that brought back a pang of longing in Captain Reed's memory. Leader Taekwon, in Captain Reed's mind, a memory of the girl who had played shoulder to shoulder with him not long ago, but as if far away, a past life, arose. He was afraid of his own memories and sensations. Why did he remember her now? Why, when he heard the mage's voice? This is the last skill, the mage said, and activated the power of her staff. Rays of violet energy surrounded her. With her hands spread apart, she controlled the flow of her energy. Her palms protruded balls of power that seemed to be on fire. Captain Reader revived in his mind the images of the mage's battle. The way she held her staff, controlled her energy, her gaze, her movements. At this moment, Captain Rito remembered his friend who had recently fought monsters. In one of their recent battles, he had heard the same phrase, seen the same movements and skills. Captain Rita thought of her, of the past. His thoughts were no longer on the battlefield. He couldn't hear the voices of the men around him, couldn't see anything in front of his eyes. His heart clenched and his mind replayed images from the past. Captain Rita took a second to come to his senses. One of the werewolf monsters was already very close. It had opened its mouth and was ready to attack. Captain Rita automatically swung his sword. With a forceful swing of the ice sword, Captain Rita chopped the monster's body into two pieces. Captain Rita couldn't understand or explain his feelings to himself. Why did he feel like he was playing with you, John? He smiled as he realized his feelings and felt as if he was going back in time. The monster was finished. Captain Rita returned his sword to its sheath. Now he thought of the mage who stood behind him. For the first time he thought of her as a woman, not as a partner and warrior. Watching her from the side, her words and gestures, he felt that she was the perfect match for him. Only Eugen had caused him the same feeling before. Thinking about it took Captain Reed to an even more distant past. That day, he and Eugen were sitting at a table in a cafe, drinking lemonades and chatting as usual. It was that day that he had asked Eugen to join the guild. She was the only one who could take care of the clan. Eugen slowly drank her lemonade and watched the ice cubes melt in her glass. After listening to the offer, she replied, "Guild? I don't want one. I hate it when there are a lot of people. That's why I suggest you try it first. It's just a game anyway. Besides, the guild members will definitely like you." Captain Rita told her, "To me, the guild is like a family. Do you think it makes sense without you?" Captain Rita added. He managed to convince her. When she accepted Captain Reed's offer, she asked him not to leave her alone. Captain Rita was now watching the mage treat Quan Quan to a magic stone. He couldn't explain to himself why he kept thinking about Eugen. The sky turned a deep red color. The sun was setting and evening was coming. It was time to go back. Captain Rita and the mage returned together to the city. Quan Quan sat on Maga's shoulder and hugged her with his little paws. Captain Rita remarked that it was the first time he had ever seen a hedgehog hug someone other than him. Mage said that Quan Quan likes being a pet, and he is very smart. His magic is good, too. The mage asked Captain Reed for permission to give Quan Quan more magic stones. The hedgehog happily gnawed on them one by one, taking pleasure in such a treat. Captain Rita watched as Mage fiddled with Quan Quan. It was obvious that she was attached to the animal. It seemed to him that she was opening up as she was already talking to him more and more willingly. Suddenly Mage, as if by the way, asked Captain Reed where he found Quan Quan. He hesitated, trying to strain his memory. I think it was near the Arthur Kingdom. He seemed to be the boss of the Rat Cave dungeon. The mage stared at Captain Reed with eyes huge with surprise. Boss, you say you tamed a boss? Captain Reed was pleased to recognize his successes. Yes, he did. He had tamed a boss. He turned around and was about to continue on his way, not paying much attention to his and Mage's conversation about Quan Quan. However, the mage stubbornly stood her ground and had no intention of stopping the dialogue. He persistently questioned Captain Reed about Quan Quan. Could it be that he was using joint attacks with the former monster? Captain Reeder replied that it was the first time he had ever done that. At first he thought it wouldn't work. It even sounds like something impossible. With those words, Captain Rita took hold of the doorknob and was about to open the door. Suddenly he felt the mage's gaze on him. His back felt like it was burning under her hard gaze. Captain Rita froze for a moment, afraid to turn his head toward her. He could feel the tension in the air, which was increasing with every second. In a flash, he realized he had said too much. He was afraid that the mage might misunderstand him. What do we do now? He had to explain everything to her. Just when he wanted to explain to her that he didn't expect it to work out, he saw the blade of a sword near his throat. The mage glared at him. There was fury in her eyes. So it was you. She whispered quietly, but firmly, "You traitor." When Kwang Kwan heard these words, he was horrified. His eyes popped out and his mouth opened in surprise. Sitting on Mage's shoulder, he began to lash out with all his might. But Mage held him with her hand. "You and I need to talk," she said. Kwang Kwang squeaked and twitched his little legs. The mage bound Captain Reed with a stream of energy like a rope. His arms were immobilized, chained tightly to his body. Taking advantage of the moment, Kwang Kwang bit Mage's finger. He cried out in sudden pain. She let Kwang Kwang out of her arms, and he fell to the floor with a nose. She let go of Kwang Kwang's hands and he fell to the floor with a nose. Captain Rita was calm. He laughed quietly at being mistaken for a traitor. He thought it was funny. The mage and the bound Captain Rita stood in front of the closed door. Their conversation had reached an impasse. The traitor had been found. A guy with long hair, armed with swords, stood in the middle of the dark cave. A thick, dense smoke rose from the ground, surrounding the man. A nasty screeching sound came from the depths of the cave, signifying the presence of a monster. A monster burst out of one of the dark passages of the cave. It had horns on its head, sharp predatory fangs protruding from its mouth, and a long, massive tail dotted with spikes. It took an instant for the guy to draw his sword. With one clear blow, the guy cut off the monster's tail at the base. There was a bright flash from the blow of the magic sword. Drops of blood splatter on the walls of the cave. The monster's giant, powerful tail fell to the ground. The creature screamed wildly. After a successful attack, the guy immediately bounced to the side, leaving behind only a blinding flash and streams of wind. He was moving so fast that it was hard to keep track of him. A few moments later, the guy had already flown into the air and was hovering above the monster. Waving his sword, he was preparing for a new series of attacks. The monster stood in the middle of the cave and tried to catch a glimpse of his opponent. The monster was furious. A wild roar thundered through the cave. The monster's mouth was foaming. The guy looked calmly at his opponent. There was coldness and courage in his eyes. He had already chosen his next target with his gaze. In the blink of an eye, the sword blade struck the monster's claw. With one sword he stabbed the claw, and with the other he cut it off. The limb separated from the body and fell to the ground. The guy, armed with two swords, swung them skillfully, creating a deadly tornado around him. He landed near the monster and with a double blow, he severed two more of the monster's limbs from its body. Crouching down, leaving the mangled monster behind him, he swung his swords to the sides. The speed of his movements sent a whirlwind through the cave, kicking up dust into the air. A magical sign formed behind the guy's back, separating the monster from the guy with an air shield. After a few seconds, the guy got to his feet, and the monster's head flew into the air, splattering blood all around. As soon as the monster was finished, a virtual dialogue box appeared in front of the guy, notifying him of his level increase. The boy took his time to familiarize himself with this notification. The system informed him that he had reached level 35 for the first time. He was asked to update his rating. Without a moment's hesitation, he refused the offer at once. He turned around proudly and put his swords in their scabbards. Leaving the battle booth with a triumphant victory, the guy thought about the fact that it was only level 35. Why bother with the ranking? It's not enough. Looking at the empty captain's seat, Yu Zhang felt anxious. This was what really worried him. The boy thought back to a recent meeting of his guild. Yu Zhang had crossed her arms behind her back and walked nervously from side to side across the room. Stopping suddenly, she glanced at the map of the game world that hung on the wall. The guild's quest had already started, and they were the problem of the day. She understood that the guild had an obligation to participate in the quest no matter what. At the general players' meeting, a girl with blonde hair gathered into two ponytails reminded them that their guild name had been lost and the captain was gone altogether. Yu Zhang replied that it was possible to make a big name for herself again during the quest. As for the empty seat at the head, we can't fill it. After saying these words, she lowered her head and eyes sadly. That if there's no leader, then the next best would be Brother Taekwon, right? Said the girl with ponytails. Everyone in the room immediately looked at the guy with long hair. He was the one they were talking about, and his fate was being decided. Taekwon thought for a moment, remembering the girl's words. Even though he didn't show it, it was important to him. Taekwon sat down on one of the rocks in the cave, taking out his sword he had just used and began sharpening the blade. He thought about Yujong. It had taken her a year to bond with the rest of the guild. Right now, everyone's just waiting for the captain, waiting for the leader to return. Taekwon concentrated on sharpening his sword blade, sparks flying. Taekwon brought the blade of his sword up to his face, testing the quality of his work. He thought about the fact that, like Yujong and the new guild, he had to change so much that others couldn't catch up. Taekwon lowered his eyes thoughtfully. He was completely absorbed in his thoughts. Meanwhile, a new day had dawned in the city. Behind the fortress defensive wall, the guild tent was set up. On the table were documents with the seal of the Royal Knights of the Polar Bear Royal Knights. At the table sat swordsman to in knight's armor, who was stamping the documents with the emblem of the knight's polar bear emblem. He was carrying on a conversation with the second knight who was in the tent. Swordsman 1 suggested that they should finish with this quarry sooner rather than later. Now that the task of repairing the walls was complete, it was time to return to Captain Reed. The conversation between the two knights was followed by the mage, who quietly crept up to the entrance of the tent. The swordsmen were silent when they heard the footsteps of a stranger outside the tent. They looked at each other and stared at the entrance to the tent, expecting to see a visitor. On the threshold of the tent stood the mage. She was no longer hiding. Having gotten rid of her robe, she put on her usual costume. The mage quietly entered the tent with the knights. Mage's face gave away that she had brought bad news. She informed the knights that it was time to return. The swordsmen fidgeted. They were just about to start packing. But the mage interrupted their packing. She took out a paper and held it out for them to read. Seeing the document in the mage's hands, the knights froze in horror. The mage stated in a calm and indifferent tone that she had received a report that Captain Rito was a wanted traitor. In her hand, she held up a wanted bulletin. The picture showed a guy who looked like Captain Ree, with a villainous expression on his face. The knights could not hide their tension. They stared at the badge hanging on the mage's chest, the sign of a secret search party. The mage hastened to reassure the knights, informing them that fortunately, their connection to the traitor had not been confirmed. The mage commanded the search party to follow her to the corps of knights. After assessing the gravity of the situation, the swordsman decided to obey. After saluting the mage, they proceeded to carry out the order. A loud command voice announced the arrival of the commander of the Polar Bear Knights. He was a grown man, with gray hair and a long gray beard. He introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Captain Reed sat before him, bound to a chair by magical bonds. He looked at the commander boldly and confidently. Kwang Kwang stood beside the chair to which Captain Rito was tied, and did not move a step away from him. Hedgehog hid fearfully behind the chair when he saw the commander in front of him. Suddenly, the commander laughed a loud, resounding laugh. The room seemed to shake from his laughter. Fighting back a fit of laughter, the commander called Captain Reed a glorious little fellow. Just like a traitor, he added. With those words, the commander's face changed instantly. He became menacing and sinister. His eyes lit up with a hypnotic glow, and he stared at Captain Reed as if he wanted to drill him with his gaze. Captain Reed watched the commander blankly. A virtual dialogue box appeared in front of the leader's face. He was informed that the mission's task chains had been updated. It was necessary to find the traitor hiding in the border village. The traitor of the Knights of the White Bear was you, Guildmaster. The Knight Commander knew this and summoned you to the border village to find out for yourself. Prove your innocence to the Knight Commander. The item royal decree has become property. After reading the notice, Captain Rita made a sour face and whimpered. He didn't want to take this assignment and play a new role. The next second, however, an idea came to him. He cheered up and focused. Captain Rita asked the commander what had convinced him that he was the traitor. While Captain Rito was talking teeth to the commander, Kwang Kwang let a stream of fire flow from his mouth, directing it at the magical ropes that Captain Rito was bound with. Ignoring Captain Reed's question, the commander stared at Kwang Kwang. He was extremely surprised and asked a counter question. Was the boss of the Rat Cave dungeon domesticated? Kwang Kwang diligently continued to burn the bonds in an attempt to free Captain Reed. I'm sure you know it well. There is a story in the Kingdom of Arthur. A legend about King Arthur, who founded a state named after him. The commander continued. I don't need to explain further. do I? In the history of the kingdom, there has only been one man who has tamed the boss, King Arthur. But you tamed the monster too, the commander asked. Even if it's just a rumor, it's disrespectful to say that. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, what proof of treason is needed? With those words, the commander drew his sword, the hilt of which had the head of a snarling bear on it. Do I need another reason? The commander asked and leaned the point of his sword against the chest of the immobilized Captain Reed. The commander's eyes burned with an ominous fire. Are you jealous? Captain Reed answered him mockingly. Is that why you're calling me a traitor? If you're jealous, why don't you just say so? Captain Reed continued calmly and with a smile. Kwon Kwon looked fearfully at his master. The commander's hand began to tremble with anger. You're crazy, he concluded after listening to Captain Reed. Suddenly Captain Reed's eyes stared at one point and his face froze. Noticing only the glint of the blade in front of his face, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Now he could clearly feel the stabbing pain inside. The sword blade went through his body like a bolt of lightning. There was a cry of pain. The commander looked at Captain Reed with a distraught look. His face expressed nothing but indifference. Agonizing in pain, Captain Reed thought about the fact that he had misjudged the commander. He's dangerous, much more dangerous than he thought. I knew it. You're not the team leader, said the commander. With those words, he plunged the blade of his sword into Captain Reed's body even harder. Flashes of energy came from the sword, creating a vortex around the suffering Captain Reed. At one point, Captain Reed lifted his head up, rolled his eyes, and let out a shriek. He felt like he couldn't breathe anymore, and he had almost no strength left. At that moment, a red pulsing dialogue box appeared in front of Captain Reed. Warning: you have sustained very serious damage. Additional stimulation may cause your body to dysfunction. Captain Reed began to lose consciousness. His eyes darkened and the realization came into his head that he was dying. Unable to endure his master's torment, Kwon Kwon burst into flames and transformed into a fireball, rushing to attack the commander. Before reaching the commander, Kwon Kwon collided with the stream of fire launched by the commander. As if from an explosion, a firestorm swept all around him. The commander was amused by Kwon Kwon's loyalty. Capable traitors or especially attractive, the commander said smiling. Tons of fire swirled around him. Scorch, Kwon Kwon squealed in pain. Leaving chunks of ash behind him, Kwon Kwon fell to the floor. He was unconscious. The commander pulled his sword from Captain Reed's body. He hung his head helplessly. The only thing he was worried about was making sure the magic stone that Hain had been fed worked. The commander picked up the barely alive Kwon Kwon from the floor. You are mine now, the commander said, in an ominous tone as he grabbed the helpless Kwon Kwon in his arms. After the commander had dealt with Captain Reed and Kwon Kwon, he went to Caucaslime. The sad green monster didn't resist. But he understood everything. He was sad and sorry for his friends. Meanwhile, Captain Rita had regained consciousness. He was determined and very angry. His soul was hungry for revenge. First, he decided to stop the Knight Commander. He didn't think he would ever have to use the magic stone, but now it was just in time. Taking the magic stone in his hands, Captain Rita summoned Caucaslime. At the same moment, Caucaslime, who was in another world, began to melt into the air. As if dissolved in space, the wind carried him away. The commander watched the scene with confusion. Break everything, shouted Captain Rita with all his might. Motivated to get revenge and help his friends, Captain Rita gathered all his strength and tore the magical restraints he was chained to the chair with. You dare touch not only me, but my child as well, whispered Captain Rita with fury to himself, freeing himself from his shackles and finally coming to his senses. Captain Rita pulled a magic orb from his hip belt. Immediately, the system informed him that he had 5 uses left to recover. The countdown to activation began. Zookeeper's belt, classification, item in unknown condition, 5 uses remaining. Restores damage, stamina, and mana to all of the user's pets. When certain conditions are met, this ability will be unlocked. When the number of uses reaches 3, the item will be unlocked. The current number of uses is 1 out of 3. Meanwhile, the guild members stood outside the huge palace. At first glance, it seemed that there was no one inside. The heroes stood confused at the entrance to the pompous building and pondered their further actions. Yujong and the brown-haired girl were looking around. It looked like they had arrived here first. Yujong crossed her arms on her chest nervously. Why didn't Taekwon come? A guard in armor who was standing at the entrance of the palace asked the guests, "Are you here to receive a guild quest?" "Yes." "How many participants can register?" Dejang asked him. 5 people. "To apply, please put in your guild name and representatives. I will accompany you to the ID car," the guard informed the heroes. With those words, he held out a roll of paper to Dejang. Dejang opened the bundle she received from the guard and began to read. "Guild quest, we are looking for an outstanding warrior in the Kingdom of Arthur. To qualify to become a Knight of the Kingdom, every Astromancer has the opportunity to prove themselves in a combat contest. This is a large-scale quest where you can get preferential treatment from the kingdom just by participating. Choose 5 representatives from your guild to prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament. The order doesn't matter, but participants must pass a registration check." Dejang's eyes rounded in surprise. "What? A guard will accompany them? What kind of conditions are these?" Taekwon was still messing around in the cursed cave where he was fighting the monster. With his new level increase, the guild shouldn't have a problem with selection. Dejang was panicking. The most important person on their team still hadn't arrived. Meanwhile, Captain Rito, Quan, and Slime were reunited again. The zookeeper's belt began to take effect, and the unfortunate hedgehog gradually regained his vitality. As before, his needles burned with fire and his eyes sparkled with battle lights. Slime was also coming to his senses, regaining his health. They were still weakened, but stood up with their master, preparing for battle. Captain Rito was angry and unstoppable. He kept saying that he wanted to solve everything mentally, but apparently not this time. He touched his hand to Slime, activating his connecting skill muscle battery. Captain Rito drew his sword, a fire of rage and hatred. Contrary to his wishes, this time there was no escaping the violence. His enemy stood right in front of him. The system informed Captain Reed that his muscles had recharged and were being used as batteries, temporarily increasing his strength and physical abilities. "Let's end this at once," said Captain Reed decisively, displaying his flaming sword in front of him. "I want to know one thing," said the commander standing in front of him. He looked cool and calm, but his eyes radiated contempt. "Will you give me an answer?" the commander continued. His hands were filled with a dark energy that billowed like smoke. Captain Rita wasn't going to play these games. "Why would I answer your questions? You called me a traitor. What more do you want?" he replied firmly. Realizing that his opponent was extremely serious, the commander smiled slyly. "If you don't want to answer, at least listen to me," he continued. "Have you ever been betrayed by someone you trusted the most? Someone whose word you believed more than the arguments of others?" the commander asked, gathering a blob of dark power in his hands. Captain Rita watched the commander closely. He realized he was stalling for a reason. He was surprised. He'd never seen out-of-game characters able to regenerate their bodies before. At that moment he remembered the crack in the fortress defense wall and the mage's words that it could be the consequences using black magic. "It can't be," thought Captain Rita. "My life has been full of betrayal. Each time I recovered from that wound," the commander continued to rant. His hands shook with a burst of energy. "Recently a subordinate who swore his loyalty threatened me," the commander said, pointing his hand meaningfully at Captain Reed. Suddenly, he clenched the fist of his outstretched hand with fury. The energy whipped out in a powerful stream. The fist sparked and trembled with power. "Just like you," shouted the commander. With those words, he flew into the air, preparing to strike. Rays of energy surrounded him. Captain Rita, armed with his sword, prepared to repel the attack. "Who is this subordinate?" he inquired. "From now on, it's you," came the commander's reply. The powerful blob of energy flew away before reaching its target. It was repelled by Captain Reed's sword. Captain Reed used the muscle strengthening skill. His basic striking skill was strengthened by the muscle skill. After gaining new strength, he prepared to attack. He swiftly swung at the commander, striking him with his sword. But the commander stopped his sword with his hand. Sparks flew from the iron's powerful resistance. From the force of his opponent's blow, the commander staggered slightly. Now he was forced to admit that he had a very strong opponent. Captain Reed's sword was damaged from the heavy blow to the commander's armor. The blade of the sword cracked and pieces of steel fell to the ground. It was the commander's turn. He lashed out with fury at Captain Reed, who blocked his blows with his damaged sword. "Is that what you think I did to that brat?" the commander asked. His eyes burned with anger and his teeth gritted. With his free hand, the raid captain struck with his fist, using Kakaslime's connecting skill muscle strike. This skill amplified his energy gathered by his muscles and then released it. The stunned commander was thrown several meters away by the impact. The distance between them increased. The commander grabbed his head with his hands and began to set his dislocated jaw. "I made my sacrifice," he continued his story, ignoring his opponent's blow. "You weren't asked, asshole," shouted Captain Reed with fury. A series of more blows followed. His fist blazed with fire, full of power and strength. He struck the commander one blow after another. Sparks and flames bounced off Captain Reed's fists and the commander's armor. Finally, the disoriented commander lost his balance and fell backward. Captain Reda was on fire with rage and hatred. He felt no fatigue or pain, but he felt a surge of strength and a desire for revenge as he struck blow after blow. Finishing a series of devastating blows, Captain Reda stopped. The barely alive commander somersaulted several times and flew off to the side with speed. With his legs kicked up, he was tangled in his own rope and lay helplessly on the ground. "We must run, but he's too talkative," shouted Captain Reed to his partners. Suddenly, a virtual dialogue box appeared in front of him, informing him that he had been upgraded. Captain Reed's ceremonial lights flashed around him, and he smiled contentedly. "That took longer than I thought it would. Hurry up," ordered Captain Reed to Kwang Kwang, the agitated hedgehog fussed. When it seemed to be over, Captain Rita heard the commander's voice. "Aren't you wondering what the offering was for?" Captain Rita turned around and saw the commander kneeling with his head bowed. His face was shrouded in dark, thick smoke. This meant that a new force was about to emerge. "We must hurry." Suddenly, the doors opened and a swordsman and a mage appeared on the threshold. When they saw Captain Reed, the swordsman cried out in alarm and rushed to his aid. The mage's face betrayed displeasure at what she saw. The result of the battle disappointed her. Seeing the weakened commander and the unharmed Captain Reed, the mage was angry. She looked at her enemy with a predatory gaze, ready to attack. Taking advantage of everyone's confusion, the mage prepared to attack. She activated her magic staff. A pentagram appeared beneath her feet, emitting a bright glow. "Take the mage on," Captain Reed ordered the swordsman. Without hesitating for a second, the loyal swordsmen drew their swords and blocked the mage's path. "You shall not pass," they angrily exclaimed to the tenacious witch. Suddenly, Captain Reed noticed a huge monster. It looked like a werewolf. It was like a wolf crossed with a bear. Its eyes were burning and its fur was on fire. Its breath was hot, as if it was made of flames. "What a mess. The rotten stench has gotten in here," the werewolf growled. Meanwhile, Taekwon, half hiding his face, was clearly in a bad mood. "Armed with 2 swords, he asked with pretension. "You said he was quiet, but he just looks like a Buddha stone." Across from Taekwon stood a group of 6 people. Each of them wore a robe that hid their faces and bodies. From the outlines of the people, one could tell that they were very different, both in physique and height, as well as their taste in shoes. One of them replied to Taekwon that there was nothing fun about kidnapping. After saying that, a circle of fire appeared under the feet of the man in the robe. His whole body glowed with a fiery light, and every movement of his hand sent sparks flying. "Kidnapping," Taekwon repeated, slowly drawing his swords from behind his back. The men in robes surrounded Taekwon. Behind their backs, a chain formed from green neon light appeared around the perimeter of the battle sword. Suddenly, the chain split, with a sword at each end of the chain. Simultaneously, the 2 swords struck the 2 men in robes. From the force of the blow, they flew into the air, and flew backwards with speed. The remaining people looked at each other confusedly. The opposite parts of the chain were wrapped around Taekwon's arms. With them, he could strike a large number of opponents at a long distance. Turning the 2 swords attached to the ends of the magical chain with great speed, he created a deadly circle around his opponents. "You bastards!" Taekwon shouted with rage. He vigorously rotated his arms, making the sword spin faster, so that no opponent could escape. When there was only one, the most important one among all the enemies, Taekwon attacked. His opponent, armed with his sword, ran toward him. The enemy's face was hidden under the hood of his robe. He dodged swords flying through the air and flashes of fire from Taekwon. Suddenly, the man in the robe stopped and crouched down on his knee. He thrust his sword into the ground, creating a vortex of energy and a blinding flash around him. Taekwon noticed that his opponent had a blue-colored shield behind his back. Going alone against 7 men? Are you crazy? The man in the robe asked with a laugh. Sparks of fire flashed around the man in the robe, and a whirlwind of fire swirled around him. His hands were on fire. He seemed to be made of fire. The man in the robe began to let off beams of fire that bounced off the ground and bounced in different directions, as if under high voltage. Dodging the fire beams, Taekwon soared into the air above his opponent, neutralizing his fire attack with his ice lightning bolts. Watching his opponent, Taekwon noticed a sign on his shield. "The Ab Guild from Rou Online?" he asked in surprise. Hearing Taekwon's question, his opponent realized he was exposed. He decided to reveal his face and took off the hood of his hoodie. Taking off the hood of his robe, the guy showed his face. It was a young player with dark hair. He smiled and friendly suggested Taekwon to team up before the registration period for the guild quest ended. "We can't lose to a guild that doesn't have its own captain, can we?" argued the warrior for his impertinent suggestion. Meanwhile, the enraged monster resented and raged. "What's this mess? The rotten stench has penetrated here as well. Gonna give you some useful information, kids," the monster growled tediously. Captain Rita, however, was no longer listening. A flash of light flashed directly beneath his feet, and a shiny new armor and sword fell out of it. Captain Rita stared at the armor and sword. They did, indeed, look great. The new items hung in the air just beneath his feet, as if waiting for him to accept them. "I am the boss monster from the founder myth," the monster roared, getting to its feet and stretching out to its full height. Its size was indeed impressive. Its eyes burned with an ominous mystical light. A virtual dialogue box informed Captain Reed that a new assignment had been created based on the detection of the guardian deity. King Arthur was the only one on the continent who was able to establish a country by taming the monster boss god guardian of a vanished kingdom. Defeat the mysterious guardian who has somehow reappeared. Captain Rita quickly grabbed the armor and sword provided to him. He looked at the monster and realized that he was in for a serious battle. "I don't know what skills he had back then, but I'm sure he was pretty strong," Captain Rita said to himself. Slime was also preparing for battle. He prepared his axe and asked Captain Rita if it was a suitable enough weapon for battle. However, Captain Rita didn't listen to Slime. He was completely immersed in thinking about strategy and techniques for fighting such a strong opponent. "Should I fight him like a boss?" he questioned himself. Captain Rita put on his new uniform and prepared a new sword. Would it be too much? Captain Rita doubted himself. He instinctively turned around and saw the mage behind him, who was ready to attack. She was already running as fast as she could toward the leader and Slime, waving her staff in the air and surrounding herself with pillars of purple light. Running past Swordsman 1, he aimed his strike at Slime. Several flashes struck the green monster, and it squelched, covering its face and body with its hands. "What are those monsters?" screamed the foolish mage, looking around. Not letting her get hurt again, the two swordsmen pounced on the mage. "How dare you attack our Captain Raid?" the swordsman shouted indignantly. They fought fiercely with mage, faithfully defending their leader. She only had to defend herself. "It's also bad timing," whimpered the mage, looking for support from the commander, but couldn't find him among those present. The leader moved closer to the mage and tried to put her head in order. "You see, the Knight Commander has turned into this monster. And Slime is my subordinate," he tried to explain to the infuriated witch. "Who to believe is up to you," the leader summed up, realizing he couldn't spend much time explaining. "Will you choose the monster pretending to command the knights, or me, who has been labeled a traitor?" shouted Captain Reed. The mage froze and stared at the leader. Thoughts stirred in her head, and she froze. "Think hard. Now, stay out of my way until I catch the boss," finished Captain Raid. With those words, he tossed his new sword in the air, assessing its characteristics and getting used to his new weapon. Grabbing his sword, he prepared to attack. The leader crouched down and watched his opponent, waiting for the right moment to attack. Now, Captain Raid snapped out of his seat and rushed towards the monster. The monster stood still and waited, along with the leader, Quan, who was already ablaze with fire and looked like a burning ball, rushed into the attack. They simultaneously flew into the air and pounced on the hairy werewolf. "Fire Quan!" While Captain Reed was striking with his sword, Quan exploded with a fiery flash, launching many fireballs towards the monster. A powerful stream of fire avalanche rained down on the monster. The boss monster easily repelled the attacks of the leader and Quan, closing himself with one paw. "Looks like you boys are still close," the werewolf growled with irritation. "How long do you think this will last?" the boss monster asked. He clenched his fist, concentrating the energy that billowed out through his fingers into a dark, thick smoke. "If you survive my attack, I'll tell myself my story," the boss monster kept chattering. Captain Rita wasn't going to talk to him. He swung his sword over the monster's head with a sprint and unleashed a series of stun blows with his sword. Swinging its paw, the monster took down the leader and Quan in one blow. From the force of the blow, our heroes made a few turns around their axes in the air and with speed flew off to the side, crashed into the wall and fell to the floor with a rumble. "I told you I absolutely don't care," Captain Rage shouted hatefully to the tedious monster. Quan squeaked fearfully. Losing control of his power, he inadvertently set the leader's clothes on fire. "It's okay. Don't stop the flames," the leader reassured the confused Quan. To himself, the leader thought to himself that he was acting like a crazy person. After all, if they took this monster's blow, they might die. The boss monster was really unusually strong and Captain Reed was troubled by doubts. The boss monster's paws flashed red fire, and it swung at Captain Reed with all its might. Its eyes were on fire, and it flailed its paws as it rang, spewing flashes of fire all around. "King Arthur never tamed me," he wailed. Captain Rita grabbed the burning Quan in his hands and held it out in front of him. Captain Reed and Quan's fusion skill was activated. Quan fiercely clenched his fists and strained as hard as he could. Flames burst out of his eyes and ears, and his needles blazed like a bonfire. In Captain Reed's hands, Quan turned into a flamethrower that released a powerful stream of fire towards the monster. Flamethrower is a skill that absorbs Captain Reed's and releases incredibly hot flames, can block melee attacks. Captain Reed and Quan's strength collided with the strength of the boss monster, forming two walls that exerted a powerful pressure on each other. From the tension and excessive energy, an explosion formed at the collision point of the two forces, which spread through the space with lightning. The powerful force of destruction incinerated everything around. When everything calmed down and the flash faded, you could see the aftermath. The room was filled with ash and burnt pieces of objects. The pieces of ash were slowly falling to the ground. The tired Captain Rita held Quan in his arms, cradling him gently against his chest. They were surrounded by ashes. "Since you keep talking, I'll ask you. Does it seem unfair?" Leader asked the monster. The boss monster crossed his burned arms in front of his face and breathed heavily. His hands smoldered and sparkled faintly, smoke billowing from his skin. The air smelled of burnt skin and wool. "Now you're wondering, we are similar. He and I had a contractual relationship to begin with," the boss monster growled. "As a condition of helping people in the war, he accepted the price of human sacrifice," the monster boss calmly narrated. "I guess he didn't keep his promise, right? And you're still angry about it?" continued to question the monster boss Captain Reed, taking time to recover. Taking advantage of the moment, he gave a magic stone to Quan that he too had recovered his strength. The hedgehog happily accepted the treat. "No," the boss monster replied sharply. "Having tasted blood, I couldn't stop the war. Mankind is dying like flies. Why do they need a sacrifice?" said the boss monster. "Arthur wanted peace and said he would sacrifice himself to stop the bloodshed. That's why I took possession of his body," the boss monster added. "More precisely, I took the monster's body." After uttering those words, the monster roared. He had gathered enough new strength to continue the fight. The swordsmen opened their mouths in horror. King Arthur himself was standing before them. The mage stared at the werewolf the same way. She finally realized that she'd been stupid enough to let herself be fooled. This story is exactly as you would expect. Until this man died, almost as if he was alive, he kept starting wars. Examining his healed paws, the monster continued his story. "A kingdom built on the lives of innocent people, and the lineage of his blood that runs through this country. I will destroy everything," the monster muttered to himself like a madman. He had extremely fast regeneration, and his paws had not a single burn mark on them. "I wish I could take back the words you spoke earlier to our proud knights. Decide what you want to believe in." After uttering these words, the boss monster made a cut on his palm with a sharp claw. Scarlet blood flowed down the bear's paw. "Will you remain a traitor and help me, or will you help the kingdom prosper?" With these words, the boss monster extended a bloody paw to Captain Raid, offering him a blood pact. A dialogue box that suddenly appeared informed Captain Raid of an event in the kingdom. The next mission will be updated according to the chose. King Arthur, who has lived a life of injustice, is attempting to wield a new power to level the kingdom. Will you join the rebellion and follow this vengeful man? The rewards and difficulty are beyond measure. I almost forgot. Can I ask you one more question? Captain Rita joined the conversation. Looking at the boss monster with naive eyes, Captain Rita asked, "Have you really been betrayed?" Hearing the question, the boss monster's eyes glittered with hatred. Captain Rita grabbed the boss monster by the arm. "You were the one who started the war after all, and you're also the one who survived. Moreover, you were and still are the one who sacrificed human lives." Upon hearing Captain Reed finish, the boss monster abruptly jerked his hand away. "Funny," he said. Realizing that Captain Rita had rejected his offer, the boss monster began to regenerate the cut on his palm. "Opportunities like this don't come around very often," the boss monster said with annoyance and disappointment. The wound on his palm had healed completely. "The wound was deep, so I took things slowly," the monster was the first to propose. Captain Rito was a master at stalling for time to heal. He took out a health potion and used it leisurely, while the monster fiddled with his scratch. So, the potion was consumed, and Quan Quan finished the last magic stone. The next round of battle was coming. "Why do you keep pretending?" Captain Reed was the first to start the conversation. He had already drawn his sword and was twirling it in his hand, waiting for the right moment. It gave him the opportunity to feel a surge of new strength. "I'll say it again, you are a subordinate." Shouting those bold words, Captain Rita rushed forward to attack. Wrapping his sword around himself, he reached the speed necessary for a powerful strike. The special skill of a wizard is double charge. You can apply two skills at the same time. Reaching an incredible speed, Captain Rita approached the monster. He applied his exclusive skill, Bullet Lunge. It was a stabbing blow enhanced with fire and frost auras. The boss monster was also ready for battle. Its paws emitted a red light, creating a dense dome around the bear. The two powers came into contact once again. The energy shell of the boss monster and Captain Raid's sword reinforced with two natural elements. Suddenly, the aura of fire and frost conducted through Captain Reed's sword began to engulf the protective shell of the boss monster. Like a snake, streams of two natural energies enveloped the bear's paw. Seeing that his opponent was superior to him in strength, the boss monster became furious. He had never met an opponent stronger than himself before. Captain Rada used an aura that enveloped the weapon and amplified the damage on hit. After gaining an advantage and putting the enemy's guard down, Captain Rita hurriedly struck again with his sword. At the same time, the boss monster launched a counterattack. From the force of the blow, the two opponents were thrown back a few meters and fell on their backs at a rapid speed. Captain Rita was stunned by the strength of his opponent. The monster had used a double charge against him. It seemed that he was unbeatable. Captain Rita became worried. Meanwhile, Sansu stood in the middle of the Colosseum like a gladiator. The stands were filled with spectators who were buzzing and excited. "Absurd! Unbelievable!" shouted the angry crowd. Sansu showed his anger with all his might. The announcer's voice announced that if the opponent did not arrive on time, the winner of the final qualifying match of the Royal Tournament would automatically be declared Sansu best. Sansu was extremely pleased. Apparently, he pooped his pants and escaped, he thought while smiling. "Oops, I almost ruined my hair," Sansu reminded himself. He had to look great today. He felt invincible. Captain Rita sighed. "I'm the best here." "No wonder he was so scared," shouted Sansu in all directions, shaking his fists. Watching him, Yujon felt a sense of shame. "That jerk is even talking about Captain Raid here." The girl rolled her eyes indignantly. The excited crowd demanded a fight immediately. "He's really funny. Though, he's the one who took our guild's name, right?" Seo Charon admired. "Yes, but why is it only me who is embarrassed here?" Yujon replied, covering her face with her hand. Suddenly, the guy who was sitting behind Yujon's back jumped up from his seat and started shouting at Sansu. "Bastard! How dare such scum talk about our commander? Just let me get to him!" The outraged player shouted. The other spectators rose from their seats and unleashed a wave of hatred at the talkative Sansu. Yujong hit her face, another fan of the commander. Looks like he's having a hard time, she thought as she looked at the blonde-haired beau who was so desperately defending his commander. The audience watched the conflict with curiosity. They were eager to see the performance. Suddenly, the gates of the Colosseum opened and a man covered in a robe stepped into the arena. He held a magic staff in his hand. He walked slowly towards Suns. Stopping in the middle of the arena, the man in the robe tapped his staff forcefully on the ground, drawing the crowd's attention and demanding silence. The man took out a magic stone and stretched his hand towards the sky. A projection appeared from the stone, like a movie screen. On the blue background of the projection appeared the image of King Arthur. He was in full parade, with a crown on his head and in his finest armor. In this projection, the king looked as if he were alive. Suddenly, he spoke, "I am pleased to welcome all the guests and residents of Arthur's kingdom. Relatively recently, our country has fallen victim to a series of unpleasant incidents. The members of the guild that remains last and wins the tournament will receive the titles of commanders of our army. In addition, they will be gifted their own territory." All the participants tensed up and listened carefully to the conditions. "Well, I wish you all good luck." With those words, the image of King Arthur crumbled into pieces and disappeared. The crowd stirred, human roars filling the entire space. Thousands of heads merged into a single rumble. Meanwhile, after falling heavily on its back, the boss monster's mouth was bleeding. He tilted his head back and wheezed, spreading his arms out to the sides. "Captain Rada looked much better. I can't tell from your stamina that you're a boss," the leader remarked as he watched his opponent squirm. Taking advantage of the moment, Captain Rita activated the skill aura shift, which quickly shifts the active aura. "So you really aren't. This is your final warning," Captain Reed shouted. With those words, he released beams of fire energy that surrounded the boss monster, burning it like lightning from all sides. The exhausted bear flew off to the side. His mouth was bleeding, and his burned fur was smoldering. He fell on his back and breathed heavily. Captain Raid's sword blade gleamed. With great speed, it was approaching the boss monster. With one precise strong strike, Captain Rada plunged his sword into the boss monster's head, right in the forehead, between the eyes. The boss monster was still alive. He looked straight into the eyes of Captain Reed, who now held a sword near his throat. The monster breathed heavily and waited for Captain Reed's decision. His life was now in the hands of his adversary. "You will become my subordinate," Captain Reed said firmly to the defeated monster. Captain Rada had the monster pinned to the ground, and could end it at any moment. "Do you wish me to cede my power again?" gasped the monster. "Exactly as it happened 100 years ago," the boss monster got excited. "Exactly. And then I can avenge you, but with my own method," replied Captain Rada. He looked at the monster with a crazed look. The werewolf grabbed the blade of the sword that was at his throat with his hand. "Avenge me," repeated the monster. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The monster grabbed the blade with his hand and squeezed. "What do you want from me?" the monster asked. Realizing that he was willing to do anything for revenge, the werewolf slashed his palm against the blade of his sword. He was ready to make any terms and make a bloody pact with the leader. "Loyalty and honesty," Captain Raid answered. He looked up at the werewolf, realizing his superiority. "Simple as that," the boss monster replied, and with a heavy sigh, let go of Captain Raid's sword. "Then it is acceptable," the monster continued. He held out his bloody palm to Captain Reed and waited for him to agree. Lyde let go of the werewolf. Afterward, he gently ran his finger along the blade of his sword. The blade was very sharp. The leader pondered for a moment. He swung the sword sharply across his doloni. Blood spurted from the cut. "Good decision. From now on, be obedient," Captain Rada said happily. He grabbed the monster's hand. Their runes touching and blood mingling, a pact was made. A situation has arisen where the choices are not available. The events of the kingdom have been updated. Swear a blood oath to King Arthur. In retaliation for him becoming a boss monster, you must destroy Arthur's kingdom. This mission cannot be refused. "We'll discuss the details later," Captain Reed said to his new subordinate as he left the battlefield. "There is something else I have yet to deal with." Captain Rita threw a stern glance at those present who stood at the entrance to the hall. The mage was among them. She immediately realized that the leader's gaze was directed to her. The mage tensed and didn't know where to put her fear and embarrassment. "What the hell did I just see?" the mage thought to herself as she looked at the defeated King Arthur and the invincible leader, who was acting like a master. Captain Rada walked past his loyal swordsman and approached the mage. With fear, she backed away. She didn't know what to expect from the leader. "I won't tell you again either," the leader told her sternly. Captain Rada put his sword roughly to the mage's throat. He stared at him helplessly, unable to utter a word. "Will you follow me, master of the true king, or will you be loyal to the monster bloodline?" Captain Reed asked confidently. The magician had no choice but to do so. The defenseless girl was left alone with 3 armed men, one of whom had just nearly killed King Arthur by kneeling before him. Accepting her defeat, the mage threw her sword to the floor, after which, without hesitation, she tore off her Royal Knight's polar bear token. She flung the token away with force, and it fell to the floor with a clatter. There was no point in making her answer public. The mage had made her choice and was ready to accept the new leader's authority. The abandoned token lay on the floor, so irrelevant and unneeded, as a symbol of past history, lived leaders and heroes. Captain Rita picked up the token from the floor in silence. "I like your simplicity," he said to Mage. "Keep this. You'll still need it in the future," said Captain Rita and handed Mage the token in a friendly manner. Perplexed, she accepted it back. Having dealt with his enemies and friends, having put everyone in their proper places, Captain Rita stashed his sword away with peace of mind. The work for the day was done. "What about your wounds?" "Worried about the leader, Mage. They're fine," the leader answered her with a smile. Thinking back to today's fight, one of the hardest fights of his life, he thought about the fact that he could have really died today. "I need to get stronger. Even stronger." Captain Rita gritted his teeth with exertion. To become even stronger to bring chaos, Captain Reed finished his thoughts. With a new team, new status, and new strength, he is ready to continue his journey. "Sansu is the best," the crowd shouted. A guy with blonde hair stepped down from the podium and walked into the arena. The guild quest, the final round, was announced. The Battle of the Knights was in full swing. "I won't let him insult the captain's name." The blonde-haired boy pounced on his opponent, attacking him with a stream of bright lightning bolts. "You're done." The blonde-haired boy was furious. He was really strong. He walked up to his opponent and grabbed his bow. The blonde-haired guy delivered a hammer blow to his opponent's head. "Appreciate your diligence," the blonde-haired boy said to his defeated opponent. He bowed gracefully to him and basked in the applause of the crowd. It was Guo He-chan, nicknamed Flickering, the national youth champion, number 5 of the former N Guild. Meanwhile, Captain Rito was gathering all his forces and preparing for something very important. Quan Quan watched his master with interest. The system informed the leader that he had defeated a rare genius monster. "The quest has been completed. The reward will be credited soon. A new title for defeating a historical monster will be recreated soon. Your reputation has increased by 1,000. Immediately after this notification, a chest appeared right in front of Captain Red's feet. A disgruntled Captain Rita folded his arms across his chest. Such a small reward. He was disappointed. "The quests have gotten harder and I've progressed quite well, but I only get 1 reward." Captain Raid complained. Without enthusiasm, he leaned over to the chest and opened it. In the chest, he found a rune of space. Item rank, A skill type item. Leap active, the ability to instantly travel a short distance. Teleport active, the ability to instantly move to a far distance, or the runestone is located. Subspace passive, the ability to use spatial magic to create basic characteristics. Lucky, thought Captain Rado upon discovering such a rare item. However, there were several other items in the chest. Blade of the Knights of the Polar Bear, offensive power, 150, physical attack, 110%, magic attack, 110%, durability, 300 out of 300, strength, plus 33, dexterity, plus 33, critical damage, plus 33. The commander of the Knights of the Polar Bears has used this sword for a long time. The armor of the Knights of the Polar Bears, defense power, 450, physical attack, 120%, magic attack, 100%, durability, 450 out of 450, health, plus 2,200, magic energy, plus 2,200, magic resistance, plus 44, fortitude, plus 22, can only be worn by a knight. The full set of armor you received when you became a commander. The armor is infused with magical energy and its abilities are sealed. And they have pretty good specs since the past owner was a knight commander, Captain Rita wondered. This guy ate the previous commander, thought Captain Rita as he looked at the monster. He became docile after he took the object I handed him. The monster no longer looked as formidable and intimidating as before. It now resembled a large snowman or a mutant bear. Kwang Kwang squeaked unhappily, all pointing his finger at it. Kwang Kwang was clearly not happy about his new ally. He eyed the monster warily. Current number of creatures, 3. Conditions met. Caretaker's pocket has been upgraded to Belt of Fina. Girdle of Fina. Item rank, C. Item obtained by completing a quest. Defense, plus 150. Intelligence, plus 27. Resistance, plus 18. The last item of the summoned creature in Arthur's kingdom, the Belt of Fina. The creature will become submissive immediately after wearing the belt. All characteristics, health, and magical energy of the wearer's creature will be restored for charges remaining. So many useful items. After sorting out the contents of the chest, Captain Rita calmed down and felt satisfied. He hurriedly put on his new armor and armed himself with a new sword. Now that all my items are sorted, should we get back to the deferred business? Captain Reed thought to himself. Meanwhile, a gnome with a goofy hairdo appeared in the center of the arena. Sansu lightning fast rushed to attack the gnome, who was standing in the middle of the arena, like a stumbling block. Facing me in the second round, you should be honored, shouted a cocky Sansu to his opponent. As he lunged, Sansu struck with his sword, but the dwarf deftly dodged his blow. What a shame! I thought we were alike, but you still have a lot to learn, the dwarf said to Sansu. With these words, he accelerated and began to dash around the arena with unimaginable speed. The only one who is pathetic here is you. A mage who would set himself up for such a slow strike does not exist, shouted the dwarf. With those words, he gave Suns the hardest blow to his nose. Shit, that pervert, whined Sansu, covering his face. His nose was swollen and blood was coming from his nose. He looked pathetic. I knew it would turn out this way. Whether it's skill or perversity, if you try to keep up with me, you're another 30 years away. The gnome declared with a sneer. He galloped around the arena like a hare, barely able to be followed with his eyes. I've had enough of your provocations, Sansu shouted. He was very angry. His ego had been hurt, and publicly. You'll get what you deserve, Sansu with fury, using all his strength, threw his sword towards the gnome. The dwarf deftly deflected the attack again. Sansu's sword flew past him. Sansu's nerves couldn't take it. Take that, he shouted. Sansu flew into the air and aimed at the gnome. A stomach punch. This time, the dwarf was unable to dodge. The fat Sansu pounced on his opponent, pushing him with his belly. From the strongest belly blow, the gnome flew away from Sansu a few meters away. This isn't over. Sansu rushed as hard as he could to catch up to the gnome. Sansu used his original skill Sansu the best, provoking the rupture of internal organs under terrible pressure. This exclusive skill consisted of the technique of jumping on the opponent from above and then crushing him with his own weight. The dwarf was on all fours and barely breathing. He didn't have the strength to say a word. Sansu was content to gain an advantage on the battlefield. You've already admitted defeat. He demanded a response from his opponent. Sansu sprinted towards his opponent. Hanging in the air, he began to deliver powerful sword strikes at the dwarf, one blow after another. The dwarf was no longer visible behind the rocks and sparks flying in all directions. It was truly a deadly attack, the only one I can lose to, said Sansu out of breath. This is for Captain Ri. Sansu was avenged. All right, now let's stand into columns. Captain Raid trained his new team consisting of Quan Quan, Caucaslime, a bear monster, to swordsman, and a mage. Captain Rada was thinking about what to name his new knights, the mage and the monster. Hi. Doesn't seem to fit. Cola sounds good. But Captain Rita opened the mage's characterization window and found that her level had increased. These are my original abilities. Since I had to hide as an ordinary soldier, my magic changed, the girl explained with embarrassment. Wow. And that's possible. Then I can make good use of it, rejoiced Captain Rita. In that case, you shall be named. Captain Rita fell silent and took his chin in a businesslike manner. He placed his hand on Magoo's shoulder as if he were knighting her. The girl froze in anticipation of her new name. Genie, Captain Reed finally announced. The first thing that came to mind were the genies from Eastern fairy tales. The ones that live in lamps, the girl laughed. Kwang Kwang burst out laughing. A virtual dialogue box informed the leader that the conditions had been met. He can now organize the subordinate creatures. To do this, go to the corresponding window. Captain Rita selected the function to begin training for subordinate creatures. Captain Rita was on the virtual platform. In an instant, a dialogue box appearing in front of him. You have entered the subordinate creature organization mode. At the moment, only creatures and classes are represented. You can set up to classes. A formation of subordinate creatures appeared on the screen. First column, Quan Quan, Caucaslime, Cola. Second column, Tarzan, Toilette, Genie. Looks just like a strategic stimulant, thought Captain Rada. He pressed his finger on the hedgehog icon. Quan Quan. Class, 0. Association, 0. What name should I give this class? Captain Rita thought, tensing up. Class, private first class. If he was going to have a class, it would only be military class. Private first class for Kwang Kwang. Captain Rita laughed thoughtfully. So, Kwang Kwang, Gisline, and Cola were assigned to the first private class. Among the huge monsters, Kwang Kwang looks very strange. It's more like a squad now, right? Captain Rita divided his creatures into 2 squads, lining them up in a triangle. The creature placement is complete. The highest class will automatically be determined by the group leader. Training in the organization of subordinate creatures is complete. The virtual dialogue box dissolved into space. Defending the borders of the Kingdom of Arthur. Role: Commander of the Polar Bear Knights. Defending the borders. Goal: complete 3 hidden tasks. So, both the mage assignments and the covert mission are complete. You guys can be the first to move into the kingdom, ordered the leader to the swordsman and genie. But our mission is to protect the border, Tarzan objected. I'll stay behind and take care of that, Captain Reed reassured him. And you go and report the traitor, the swordsman gladly agreed. You can just say I was the traitor, Captain Reed added to the order. Tarzan stared at the leader in surprise. You'll need to tell me everything that happened there later. He pulled out a communication rune and held it up to the swordsman. I'll take care of the rest, said Captain Rada. The swordsman stared at the burning rune. They had not seen such an object before. All clear, the leader questioned. That's right, the swordsman answered him in one voice. Caucaslime, Cola, you guys should take care of the monsters near the fortress wall. Captain Reed gave orders to the second team. However, Cola had his own opinion. What are you guys up to? This seems like too hasty a decision. Cola objected to the new commander's order. Quan Quan, didn't you raise him? You dare call yourself a private first class after that? Captain Reed sternly reprimanded Quan Quan. The hedgehog wasn't used to being in the leader's seat and shook with uncertainty. Pulling himself together, Quan Quan decided to prove his leadership skills to the commander. He was definitely not wrong in choosing a commander for the monster team. In the same second, the tiny Quan Quan approached the giant Cole in a commanding businesslike stride. Dees jerk, Quan Quan Cola insulted, kicking him with his tiny foot. Still, you are my subordinates, just do as I command. It's all been thought out, said Captain Rada. You have no choice but to fulfill your assigned tasks. The leader menacingly set things straight. Quan Quan continued to punish Cola, but he didn't feel it. I'll be the finishing touch. Captain Rada finished his speech slyly and cryptically. Guild Quest, Round 3. Sansu triumphed. Another opponent had been defeated. The crowd shouted his name. He felt like a true victor. Guo He-chang winced in parallel with him. Comparing guild accounts. Guild Quest, 4th round. Sansu and Go Hei-chan also remained undefeated. Neither of them were going to concede to each other. Guild Quest, 5th round. Sansu was at his best. Having defeated all the opponents, he didn't even break a sweat. Fixing his hair, he enjoyed his triumph. Guo He-chan was not inferior to him. He wasn't tired and was still willing to show his strength. The final round of the Guild Quest, having finally defeated all of their opponents, Sansu and Go Hei-chan, the 2 winners, came together in the same arena against each other. It was going to be a serious battle. The crowd in the stands was agitated. The spectators shouted the names of the winners. Tension was in the air. I feel sorry for you, Sansu said menacingly to his opponent. He felt invincible and was ready to confirm his status once again. The enemy of my idol is my enemy. Accept it with honor, said Sansu loudly, displaying his sword in front of him and challenging Go Yi-chan to a fight. Hey, haven't we met before by any chance? I can tell at a glance that you're a common crypto fraudster. How dare you talk to adults like that? Wohei-chan was indignant. Sansu was more than a little angry. Nasty ignoramus, he replied to Guo-hai-chan, showing him his disdain. Behold my skill. With those words, Sansu rushed to attack his opponent with incredible speed. Sansu concentrated the icy energy in his hands. After collecting enough aura, Sansu activated his exclusive skill Shut Your Mouth. Target received a huge palm strike effect. The target will be immobilized for 30 seconds. An aura in the form of a giant palm surrounded Guo-hai-chan. Seeing his opponent's magic skill, Guo-hai-chan used his power. His eyes lit up with a green light. He focused his gaze on the magical palm that was rapidly approaching him. At the same second, a rock appeared in front of Guo-hai-chan, reflecting the blow with his palm. Sansu's blue aura shattered, smashing into the rock. Defend yourself as if you were defending against a guild number 2, Sansu shouted. He immediately prepared to attack again. The opponent's resistance infuriated him even more. Sansu struck at Guo-hai-chan with all his might, sidestepping the rock. The sword blade collided with Guo-hai-chan's armor. The force of the blow sent sparks flying. Guo-hai-chan lost his balance and was thrown to the side. What? Why is the damage so severe? Guo-hai-chan hadn't expected such strength from his opponent. Sansu seemed like a ridiculous amateur. He didn't take him seriously. Guo-hai-chan's health had been cut in half. You haven't gotten the message yet. It's because I'm so damn cool, shouted Sansu. Leaping over Guo-hai-chan, he prepared to strike again, not letting his opponent come to his senses. With one powerful sword strike, Sansu shattered the rock into pieces. The pieces of rock flew apart violently, sweeping away everything in their path, including Guo-hai-chan. He was trapped under a pile of rocks and could no longer continue fighting. Sansu was a real winner. He was extremely pleased with himself, smiling and flirting with the audience. The guild quest was broadcast on the virtual screen. Sansu had become a real star. His triumphant face spread out in a smile across the screen. The guild quest was observed by Yujing and her team. Locked Taekwon in prison, and now they're going to send him to war. They knew he couldn't use chat room skills, so they did it on purpose, said Yujing and pounded her fist on the table with anger. But it was a rather handsome victory, Yujing finally admitted and leaned back in her chair in relief. Do I really have to eulogize this battle? This soon the best is not even bad. He may seem lucky to be in the finals, but the ABC Guild is going through a tough time right now. He's got a lot of talent, the girl with the eye patch concluded. Well, he managed to defeat the head of the Alphabet Guild. I'm not sure about his abilities, but not to mention Tom Chuni. I'm more annoyed about the fact that Taekwon was imprisoned in a dungeon, said Yujing nervously. And because of this, my plans to use the strongest competitor for the final round failed miserably. Suddenly a notification appeared in the virtual window. The girls looked among themselves in surprise. Sender, Huan Tak, I'll deal with the Alphabet Guild. Guild quest, final round, second battle. The defeated Guo-hai-chan welcomed his new opponent into the arena. I'm relying on you, said the Alphabet Guild leader and respectfully bowed to the girl knight he now had to fight. Mr. Flickering, after watching your winning streak, I have become your fan. It's an honor to meet you. You look even better up close. The girl blushed and was embarrassed in front of her idol. Yes, thank you, replied Guo-hai-chan, embarrassed by the unexpected flood of compliments. Still, a game is a game. I will not be lenient with you. The girl's face changed. The cute embarrassment was gone. She stared at Guo-hai-chan with a determined and menacing gaze, a dagger glinting in her hands. What good fortune, thought Guo-hai-chan. I almost said, I will fight with honor. Guo-hai-chan readied his sword. He was full of power. Bursts of aura that looked like current discharges flashed around him. Well, if you were to play a giveaway game, you would lose too quickly, Guo-hai-chan thought to himself, but didn't voice it. He decided that for critical damage, he should aim for the neck. That was a possibility. He watched his opponent closely and studied his fighting technique. To seize the advantage, Guo-hai-chan stood still and waited for his opponent's attack. The girl knight hurriedly struck him. The girl rushed towards Guo-hai-chan with all her might, armed with a dagger. Guo-hai-chan was biding his time. He concentrated on his opponent and kept his eyes on her. Blinded by the desire to win, the girl let her guard down. Guo-hai-chan waited for the moment when she weakened her skill. He stabbed the girl running at him with his sword with force. The sword blade pierced through her body. Guo Hee-chan used his exclusive skill flickering shot, which pierces with the strength and accuracy of a firearm, dealing damage to the opponent's weak points. It requires a reload after use. The girl flew backwards with speed and fell to the ground. This time, Guo Hee-chan was victorious. He was pleased with himself. Not a bad hit too, he thought. Proud of his strategy and stamina, Guo Hee-chan was distracted from his triumph by the appearance of a magic portal on the grandstand. He turned around in surprise and stared at the podium. Captain Ray and his team of swordsmen and genie appear in the virtual portal. The members of Captain Ray's squad stared at Guo Hee-chan. Their gazes were full of determination. Shit, I actually have an important trial here, thought Guo Hee-chan. He stared at the podium in horror. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead from excitement. Meanwhile, in IG Soft, the bespectacled man was puffing at his computer, staring intently at the monitor. This is going to get much worse at this rate. The bespectacled man fidgeted as he ran his fingers quickly over the keyboard. He was sweating from the exertion. Something's obviously going wrong. The bespectacled man was panicking. Dozens of numbers and signs flashed on the monitor. The equipment was working at full power. At this rate, if you die in the game, you risk dying in real life as well. The bespectacled man's eyes widened. Something had to be done immediately. This item related to Raid Master is not yet available. The monitor flashed annoyingly with red signs. It's possible he's using an electrical stimulation system that has only been tested for cases of extreme necessity. There's no problem with the other players, but it's more complicated with the Raid Master. The bespectacled man nervously clenched his fist. His hands were shaking. It's risky to disable the electrical stimulation system. After all, you could die while in the game. The photocopier began to vigorously print one document after another. The bespectacled man stared at the documents like a madman. Looking through the printed documents, he realized that there was only one way out of this situation. The report documents were delivered to the president's office. The leader was already reading the report carefully. The bespectacled man stood meekly in front of his superior, waiting for him to break the silence. After explaining the complexity of the situation to the supervisor, he stated that they should make an announcement that the Raid Master was alive. The chief listened to the bespectacled man's report. "Then let me make one suggestion," said the chief calmly. The supervisor tossed the papers carelessly on the table. "3 times your salary," he said. "With 1 employee and 1 person from the maintenance team to work on Captain Raid. Form a team to find the error. I will triple your salary until this incident comes out," said the supervisor. Cho Youngbi froze in place and stared at the superior. Of all the possible options, this was something he definitely didn't expect. Having outlined his proposal, the chief crumpled up the documents, making it clear that he was no longer interested in them. Why do they have to be from the tech support team? Cho Yunbi asked the only question. By creating a separate team for Captain Raid of only 4 people, this should minimize the possibility of a leak if the problem is later discovered, the chief replied indifferently. He had already picked up his cell phone and was busy with it. "Then what are you going to do?" Cho Youngbi's superior asked. Without waiting for Cho Youngbi's answer, he was already dialing the HR manager's number. Meanwhile, Captain Rada was in the study. There were many shelves of books, desks for writing and reading. The room was well lit. The smell of paper and ink lingered in the air. "I mean, there's nothing unusual about this building from the looks of it." He walked over to one of the shelves of books and looked at their titles. The Use of Magical Culture, Understanding the Engineering of Magic, Magical Theory, Magical Inflation, and other titles caught Captain Reed's attention. He picked up one of the books. Is it possible that someone was thinking the same things I am? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. At Captain Reed's feet sat Quan Quan, who had already grabbed one of the books in his paws and was quickly flipping through the pages looking for pictures. Captain Rita and Quan Quan hovered over the books for a while. There was silence in the room. Or maybe there's something here, pondered Captain Rita. He suspected that there might be something hidden in this room in such a way that when the room is turned upside down, a secret room is revealed. There can't be much dust gathering here because of the terraforming, so there's something hidden in the room. That could be the reason why the dust doesn't have time to settle. That's right. The mission is particularly strange this time. Even after the page defense mission, Captain Reed's mind flashed back to memories of his recently completed mission. I thought this was the end of the traitor's mission, but I was recognized as a fake knight commander by the boss mobs, as well as the fact that he is the real king of the kingdom of Arthur. Even though he switched souls, he's not as strong as normal bosses. He doesn't even need to fight. Even if I defeat him, nothing will change. Captain Reed's thoughts were interrupted by the squeal of Quan Quan. He jumped up on one of the shelves and clutched at one of the books with all his might, trying to pull it out. I can't believe the border defense mission was just to kill time, Captain Reed continued to think. Ignoring Quan Quan, he grabbed the mischievous hedgehog and pulled him away from the shelf of books. Quan Quan clutched the book and held it tightly in his paws. They must want something from me, mused Captain Reed, agonizing in conjecture. He sat Quan Quan down on one of the shelves. The hedgehog opened the book and looked at the pages. Captain Reed looked at Quan Quan and marveled at his amusement with books. Quan Quan, I'm going to kick your ass. If you just read, said Captain Reed, trying to make his tone as serious and stern as possible. Quan Quan tore himself away from the book and looked apprehensively. Captain Reed. Suddenly, Quan Quan grabbed the book and started squeaking, making it clear that he wouldn't give it up for anything. Captain Reed thought that Quan Quan's characteristics should increase due to his hobbies, like books and magic stones, although the fact that he couldn't see his status window was disappointing. Oh, that's right, I said I'd make you a weapon, didn't I? Suddenly shrieked Captain Reed, rubbing his hands enthusiastically. First, let's make you a sword. Captain Reed began his work in a business-like manner. A virtual window appeared in front of him, where he was actively working on creating a new item. Quan Quan watched him in surprise as he waited. To create the perfect weapon for Quan Quan, Captain Reed used magic stones, the praying mantis blade, and the ring of compression. He decided that the weapon should be made from items he collected while completing the Caucasus Slime mission. Captain Reed was experimenting. He decided to combine the 3 magic stones and see the result. Quan Quan froze in anxious anticipation. The items he had chosen joined together, forming a magical glow around them. Well, whatever it becomes, so be it, Captain Reed said. The magical items coalesced into a floating ball and glowed with a bright blue aura. He held the ball of aura with his hands as if conjuring it. The orb sparkled in Captain Reed's hands. The sensors around the perimeter of the room began to respond to the magic. They glowed brightly. The sensors sparked and hissed as if under high voltage. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion in the room. Furniture and books flew apart. Pillars of flame rose to the ceiling. When the fire died down, the room was filled with thick black smoke. The sensors on the floor continued to spark. Among the piles of books, things, and furniture, Captain Reed lay on the floor in the middle of the room. He had been stunned by the powerful explosion. The frightened Quan Quan rushed around his master, making a pitiful, anxious squeal. When he noticed that Captain Reed was alive and coming to his senses, Quan Quan immediately pounced on him and peered anxiously into his face. Captain Reed smiled and said, "Nice try. Forgive me, Quan Quan." Suddenly, Quan Quan and Captain Reed noticed that the ball of blue aura was still smoldering in his hands. Significantly reduced in size, the orb thickened and formed. Captain Reed opened his palm and released the balloon. It hung in the air and quickly spun around its axis. The ball of blue aura was engulfed in fire, and a glow emanated from within. Meanwhile, Captain Reed's first squad arrived at the grandstand of the arena where the guild tournament was being held. The captain of the guard noticed the unusual visitors and approached them to sort them out. "What are you guys doing here?" the captain of the guard asked them. Without a single answer, Ginny silently raised her magic staff to the top, and the entire space was flooded with a pink glow. A powerful stream of energy rushed upward, up to the ceiling. The captain of the guard calmly observed their actions. "A barrier," he thought indifferently. "A traitor has appeared in the border village. That's why we returned first," Tarzan reported to the captain of the guard. "What? A traitor?" interrogated the captain of the guard excitedly. "Yes, the cracks in the wall seem to have been made by him, too," Genie answered him in a serious tone. "Unregistered monsters were summoned. He also used black magic," Genie added. "Then why did he show up in the border village?" "After all, the king is in the capital," said the captain of the guard coldly. "To some extent we still don't know. We came right back after the walls were repaired," Toilette said. "I must report this to the king first. You boys come with me," the captain of the guard ordered menacingly and decisively. From behind his armor he took out a bundle of paper, sealed with a golden seal. Afterward, a bright blue flash flashed for a moment on the podium where our heroes stood. When the blinding flash faded, neither Captain Reed's squad nor the captain of the guards were on the stand. The guild quest continued. A man in a long robe and carrying a staff in his hand stepped into the center of the arena. He apologized for the slight hiccup and said that everything was sorted out and now everything would go according to plan. The crowd was happy. The spectators shouted loudly and chanted the names of their favorites. They couldn't wait for more battles. The man in the hoodie introduced Go-Hei-chan, final boss, the representative of the head boss guild. Flickering. Guo-Hei-chan bowed with contrived shyness to the crowd who excitedly shouted his name. After that, the audience was introduced to the second knight of Sansu's finest, the guildmaster of the Yen Guild. The cloaked man tapped his staff on the ground. A bright glow spread from the staff. The glow from the staff continued to spread around the perimeter of the arena. In just a few seconds, the arena, along with the contestants, were surrounded by a bright aura. As in the last level, all levels, characteristics, and item abilities will be set to level 30. The man in the hoodie said loudly. When he finished his speech, he spread his arms to the sides and disappeared into space. 2 knights remained in the arena. You are someone who has nothing to do with our commander, Hyun. Ever since I heard that you were using his glory for your own gain, I made sure that you would never open your mouth again, said Shimmering. He drew his sword and prepared to attack. His sword emitted bright sparks as if from a high-voltage current. It was charged with a powerful magical aura. It was an exclusive skill of Shimmering's, electric aura, which condensed and released the magical power of thunder. Sansu laughed. You seem to sense Captain Reed's or emanating from me, he replied cheekily. Even if you're jealous, this was all foreseen. Shouted the infuriated Sansu. He began to continuously twist his arm, forming a tornado near him. This was Sansu's exclusive warm-up skill, increasing his attack by stimulating his muscles. The gazes of the 2 knights, who hated each other, crossed and there was tension in the air. With great speed, they rushed towards each other, their swords clashing to form a bright flash. Sansu used the basic swordsmanship skill Sword of Speed. A basic sword art deals a swift blow to an opponent with a combination of strength and dexterity. The second basic swordsman skill is Sword of Gravity. This is the basic art of sword wielding. A quick swing towards an opponent, combination of strength plus weight. Upon discovering Sansu's abilities, Flicker was amazed. His sword is heavier and faster than I thought. Flicker became excited. If I had made a mistake, I would have been pushed back. I attacked first, but he stood his ground. Anxious thoughts swirled in Flicker's mind. There's more to it than that, isn't it too taxing? Immersed in his own thoughts and fears, Flicker missed the blow. Stunned, he flew backwards with speed and fell to the ground. I'll show you my strong side, Sansu roared thunderously. He applied his exclusive skill Pump Up. It instantly increased his muscle and fat mass, allowing him to gain more explosive power. Just like Captain Raid's forged resilience, Sansu crouched down on one knee. He was surrounded by a red aura that fed him with magical power. Take that, my physical power called Very Cool Spiral Strike. King God Emperor's Very Cool Spiral Strike. Sansu whispered and rushed into the attack with great speed. He was spinning like a centrifuge. This is Sansu's exclusive skill King God Emperor's Very Cool Spiral Strike, which is a rapid rotation on a vertical axis while swinging a sword. Deals a large amount of damage to the opponent. Shimmering prepared to meet the living centrifuge of Sansu. He assumed a stable stance and drew his sword in front of him. Yet, sure. Muscle power, Flicker thought skeptically. He continued to taunt Sansu. The sword in Flicker's hand shimmered, brimming with energy. You're just a brat that stupidly copies others, said Flicker, looking at his opponent's moves. He used his exclusive skill and guard, in which an aura surrounds the entire body, increasing agility and brute strength. Captain Raid also has the power of the mind, Flicker noted, comparing the leader to Sansu. Flicker's exclusive skill Thunderstrike. The attack, fast as lightning, deals massive damage to the opponent. Activating his skills, Shimmering rushed towards the centrifuge, Sansu flying towards him. A cloud of dust and sparks surrounded the knights. For a split second, through incredible speed, their gazes met again. Fueled by resentment and anger, each was ready to destroy his opponent. Suddenly, the man in the hoodie reappeared in the arena. Spreading his arms, he loudly addressed the knights. Stop the battle. This is an emergency. Flicker and Sansu stopped and stared at the man in the hoodie in bewilderment. Kneeling before the tribunes and stretching his hands to heaven, he announced that, in accordance with the king's decision, the two knights had been declared victors. The knights stood in the middle of the arena and looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, a virtual system window appeared in front of them. Reference: Guild Quest. King Arthur of the Kingdom has been killed by an unknown entity. Given this sad news, it is no longer necessary to choose a guild to protect the king. In order to congratulate the representatives of both guilds for working so hard, the captain of the guards who runs the competition has invited both guilds to the royal palace. Please contact the captain of the guard to pick up your awards. Meanwhile, Captain Rita held a magic ball in his hand where the weapon components he had chosen for Quan Quan were combined. Captain Rita looked closely at the balloon and thought that the object had been successfully manufactured, but what was that explosion? This is definitely magic, thought Captain Rita, looking around the room suspiciously. All the furniture and objects had been damaged or destroyed after the explosion. The entire surface was covered in black soot and the space was filled with smoke. Captain Rita, something bad has happened, a voice suddenly called out. Unregistered monsters, they are attacking the kingdom as we speak, the swordsman reported over the communication rune. When he heard the message from his squad, Captain Rita was stunned. Dozens of anxious thoughts and guesses swirled in his mind. Captain Reed's squad found the king lying on the floor, with no signs of life. It looked as if the king had been dead for some time. Right next to the throne was a spatial magic circle that was still smoldering and smoking. Jeannie relayed to Captain Reed, using the communication rune, her hunch that the monsters had been summoned by this particular magic circle. Hearing Jeannie's assumption, Captain Rita cried out in horror. Suddenly, the magic ball he was holding in his hand disappeared, leaving behind only a light blue glow. Quan Quan looked at what was meant for him, and what he had been waiting for so long with surprise and disappointment. Immediately, Captain Rita remembered the recent explosion that had occurred while he was creating a weapon for Quan Quan. During the application of magic, the sensors installed on the floor of the room had reacted, triggering the explosion. They acted on the same principle as the magic circle near the king's throne. It was the thing that magic reacted to and created a magic circle in the kingdom. The mission to defend the borders of the Kingdom of Arthur is complete. Role: Captain of the White Bear Role Border Defense. Goal: complete 3 hidden missions. Failure in case of character or soldier death. Failure in the next role will result in a penalty. Conclusion: you cannot recycle other players or users. Captain Rita sighed unhappily. I felt this way for a while, but why do I black out every time something important happens? Captain Rita summoned Cock Slime and Coke, who were on a mission to secure the borders of the kingdom. The system immediately reported that the call was made after the mission was completed. As soon as Cola teleported into the room and could speak, he immediately began to air his grievances with the leader. You sent me to work alone. Do something. The magic circle has already been activated. Captain Rita and Quan Quan were shocked at such insolence and total violation of the chain of command. Captain Rita looked at Quan Quan silently. He immediately guessed what his master expected of him. Quan Quan didn't need words to understand Captain Reed's gaze. He immediately rushed to Cola. Commander Quan Quan began kicking and cursing Coke Valley. When Cola endured his cruel punishment, he reported that those guys were already coming this way. It was because of the magic circle he was guarding. Suddenly, Cola grabbed Captain Reed by the collar and approached him. He whispered, "If these guys come, I beg you, don't be rude." Captain Rita looked at Coke perplexed. At this time in the Alphabet Guild building, we keep getting the worst raids. I keep getting suspended. A guy in a robe complained loudly as he walked out of the meeting room into the hallway. Moving down the corridor, suddenly, a magical sword chain pierced his chest. The guy's breathless body fell to the floor with force. Behind him, at the other end of the corridor, was Taekwon. Looking the cloaked man straight in the eye, he struck another blow with his magic sword, shredding him to pieces. The man's body was tossed from side to side by the chains that Taekwon was deftly controlling. Taekwon, a second guy in a robe, appeared in the hallway, who upon seeing his coworker killed, drew his sword and rushed towards Taekwon. But he didn't even have time to get close to Taekwon, who deftly flew into the air and dealt a fatal blow to the guide, piercing him through and through. Having disposed of his guards, Taekwon ran further down the corridor. 2 more guys in robes ran out towards him. This is the guild of the final boss. Taekwon prepared his chains. With one jerk, Taekwon threw the chain towards one of the guys. The sword attached to the end of the chain slammed into his head with great force. Taekwon was surrounded. Another guild member appeared behind him. The guy prepared to shoot Taekwon with his crossbow. Taekwon immediately threw a sword chain in his direction. Before he could fire his crossbow, the guy in the robe was eliminated. He was followed by another guy in armor running down the corridor to the scene of the fight. Seeing Taekwon and the many corpses of guild members, the guy in armor shouted, calling for everyone in the building to come to help. He swung the heavy hammer, trying to catch Taekwon, but he was already climbing the wall, swinging his sword. Taekwon's basic thief skill is 3-step strike. It delivers 3 scarring blows using the features of a dagger. Taekwon took out the guy in armor in a few moments, striking him with his sword. Taekwon's exclusive skill is Chain Strike, which feeds magical powers to the dagger on the chain and fires them. Using his skill, Taekwon plunged the dagger into the neck of the armored guy, climbed up the wall to the ceiling, and dodged his hammer to get behind him. After dealing with all of his opponents, Taekwon deftly landed on the floor. They went on a raid, you say, Taekwon repeated to himself. Meanwhile, Captain Reed looked questioningly at Coke, who grabbed his arm and advised him on how he should behave with his enemies. The system informed him that the mission had been completed. Additional rewards would be given upon completion of the hidden mission. A status window appeared in front of Captain Reid, notifying him that troop management was also affected. You can view detailed information about your allies and soldiers. To begin your new mission, you will be transported to a separate location shortly. Now Captain Reed was really getting excited. Before he realized the information he had received, everything in front of his eyes began to swim. The transportation process had begun. A few seconds later, Captain Rita and Quan found themselves in a new place. It was a desolate area, without any sign of human life. Dried vegetation and ruins were all around our heroes. Before they could look around, a virtual dialogue box appeared in front of Captain Reed and Quan. They stared at it in horror. There was still a notification on the monitor. To begin a new mission, you will be transported to a separate location shortly. No. Wait. We haven't even talked yet, resented Captain Rada. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Captain Rada began to think hard. I still have the summoning stone. I'll summon them as soon as the recovery time rolls back, Captain Rita decided. With despair and fatigue, Captain Rada howled to the heavens. He once again needed to solve problems and start over again. Quan looked at his master confusedly, but there was nothing he could do to help him. After regaining his composure, Captain Rita looked at Quan with a smile. This time, I will wholeheartedly take care of you. Open the status window. This is the beginning of training. Statistics are increased by accumulating experience points dependent on the activity. Individual statistics are not provided. You can determine the distribution of experience points by setting the loadout for the base stats. Furthermore, additional loadouts can be set for items and runes. You can gain hidden skills depending on the activity. Hidden skills can be added through items and runes. The user's abilities will be automatically analyzed and converted into combat power. Combat power will be revealed if other users view the status window through skills or open quests. Captain Rita and Quan looked over the changes in their characteristics. They've grown just like they did during the beta phase, Captain Reed said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Quan looked at his master expectantly. Suddenly, Quan squeaked and ran towards the side with all his might. Captain Rita barely noticed the direction the hedgehog ran. Quan threw himself under Captain Reed's feet to get his attention. He tearfully showed signs to use the orb. I'd forgotten about him when that guy started talking all of a sudden, Captain Rada explained and opened the system window. After a few seconds, he already had a magic sphere in his hands. Quan was happy. He stretched out his little paws and grabbed it. Quan rejoiced like a child. He had been waiting for this for so long. He was really happy and squeaked with pleasure. Sphere of Captain Ray. Object class. Undefined. Attack power. 100. Physical damage. 100%. Magic damage. 120%. Strength. None. Intelligence. Plus 36. Magic. Plus 3600. A magical tool created by Captain Raid. To use the orb, you must fulfill a number of conditions. Quan Quan immediately thought that he might lose the sphere if he carried it around. So the orb must be kept in a safe place. Certainly the safest place is in his hat. Quan Quan immediately hid the magic sphere under his cap. He was very proud of his brilliant idea. Captain Rita looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, Captain Rita heard a sound coming from behind a hill nearby. It sounded like an animal's roar. A few seconds later, a crowd of monsters poured out from behind the hill. They looked like blue goblins. They roared and opened their toothy mouths. Dozens of goblins rushed in an unknown direction, raising columns of dust behind them. What the hell is this? Thought Captain Rita as he saw the high wall of dust that was being formed by the movement of a large number of creatures. You unknowingly completed the mission. The rewards have been enchanted. After notifying the system, 3 multicolored magic flashes appeared in the air in front of Captain Raid. Resurrection Tree Binding. Item class, a consumable -5 left. Used for revival. Brings back to life with a powerful energy that does not exist in this world. However, the item cannot be used for yourself. And name key. Item class, undefined. A key that responds to a specific magical power. Energy flask. Item class, rechargeable item up to 3 uses. Recharges every 3 hours. A flask that is filled with magical liquid energy at regular intervals can be used to purify any item. Familiarizing himself with the new magical items that were offered to him, Captain Rada hurriedly gathered them. However, he was prevented from doing so. Dozens of small goblins took up arms and dashed past Captain Reed in a chain, nearly knocking him to the ground. What is it this time? What the hell? The stunned Captain Rita cursed as he stared at the crowd of unknown creatures disappearing over the horizon. No sooner had he come to his senses than the next crowd of goblins sprang out from behind the hill. They ran one after another, carrying stakes of wood over their heads. They knocked Captain Reed to the ground, and he fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. "Hey, you!" shouted an enraged Captain Rada. "What is it? Why are you guys so restless? If you have a mission, then give it to me already," yelled Captain Raid to the goblins, quickly putting things away in his inventory before he was knocked off his feet again. However, the goblins did not take Captain Reed the slightest attention. All as one, with petrified faces, they continued to carry the logs. While Captain Rada was talking to one group of goblins, a second mob with logs in their hands was bearing down directly on him. "You're not going to give me anything. Then why did you bring me to this place? You didn't even let me talk to Cola," Captain Rita yelled into the silent void, but was ignored again. 30 minutes later, Captain Rita was still in the same spot. Tired of seeking answers from the goblins, he sat down on a rock and waited. Quan Quan was spinning on his back in boredom. Getting stuck in Asthoma is the biggest of problems, thought Captain Rita anxiously. After another 10 minutes, still nothing was happening. Captain Rita was still sitting on the rock. He was already worried, almost panicked. Quan Quan was building card castles. For a Korean or a gamer, there should always be a way out, even in the worst-case scenario. Captain Rita reassured himself, though there was less and less hope and patience left. After another minute, no amount of self-soothing techniques worked. Captain Reed's nerves were shot. He was shaking with anger and helplessness. He was on the verge of insanity. After an indeterminate amount of time, Captain Rita went mad. He jumped up sharply from the rock, stared his crazy eyes into nowhere, and started screaming and laughing like a madman. Then he became furious, pounding his feet angrily on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust around him. Poor Quan Quan woke up to the earth shaking and rumbling. "No way. Are you really inactive? Stop laughing at me and just give me a mission," yelled Captain Reed madly to nowhere. He was jumping in place with his fists clenched. "Dastard artificial intelligence," Captain Reed's voice echoed across the desert, shaking everything around him. As we already know, Captain Reed's squad, along with the captain of the guard, discovered the breathless body of the king. There were traces of magic near his throne. Tarzan contacted his commander using the communication rune Captain Rita had given him before he left on the mission. "First, report to the captain that I am a traitor. I'll help you get rid of the monsters." Captain Rita passed on the rune. "Please be careful, Captain Reed," was the only thing Tarzan had time to transmit. The magical space began to be torn apart by the monster's huge paws. Here comes the monster. A hole formed in the space, from which the monster's face appeared. It reached out with its ravenous paws toward Ginny. Noticing the monster, Genie attacked it with her magic staff. The monster was knocked back by the blast wave and smashed into his massive body. "It's black magic. My protective magic doesn't work on it." Genie shouted excitedly. "Leave them to us. Let's take them out," said the swordsmen, arming themselves with swords. After a few seconds, dozens of monsters appeared from space. They walled up in front of Captain Reed's squad. Their eyes glowed ominously, and more monsters kept coming after the new arrivals. The swordsmen stared at the crowd of monsters in confusion. They hadn't expected that there would be so many of them. Suddenly, waves of fire swept past the swordsmen towards the monsters. Several monsters were injured. The swordsmen's eyes widened even more. Fireballs struck the monsters one after another. Explosions rang out all around. The swordsmen turned their heads in surprise. "Everyone back," the captain shouted. He had been standing behind the backs of the swordsmen, but now he was going to attack. "What's going on here?" the swordsmen shouted confusedly. Before their eyes, the captain of the guard flew into the air, sending waves of fire toward the monsters. The monsters were flying in different directions. The air smelled of roasted meat and wool. The monsters rushed in different directions, trying to avoid the fiery attacks of the guard captain. "I am a mage, part of the search party of the Knights of the Polar Bear. The results of the secret investigation say that the commander of the knights guarding the borders of the kingdom is a traitor," said Genie to the captain of the guard. The captain of the guards, hearing Genie's words, froze in surprise. But after a second, he continued attacking the monsters. "He's tamed a monster, and he fights it together," Genie added. "Will Captain Raid be all right?" The swordsman got excited. "Go back to the Polar Bear Knights and report the situation," ordered the captain of the guards. He was very tense and focused. He had dozens of monsters to deal with and delay the attack. 3 human figures appeared at the entrance of the room. "Brother, you're so scary when you're angry. He sure crushed them," the girl said with a sneer. "Where did he go after all that mess?" Dejang asked worriedly. "If you're saying that, then perhaps it's already started," replied Seo Charon as she looked around the room. "I think the situation is getting out of hand. Let's meet with the guildmaster and sort it out," suggested the third girl. "Do you think we can stop him?" worried Dejang. "I don't think we should get involved right now. Even Captain Reed couldn't stop him. How are we going to do it then?" The frightened Seo Charon snapped. "You think we should stand idle by?" The girl with the bandage on her face was calm and determined. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, a squad of guards had set up their camp. They heard a rustle from the bushes and stood still, waiting for the intruder. Taekwon came out of the dark foliage of the forest, his face concealed and armed with daggers. The guards stared in surprise at the man unknown to them. They had never seen such weapons before. The daggers in his hands glowed with a magical bright light. Before he could ask a single question, one of the guards fell to the ground dead. Taekwon killed him with lightning speed. "What the hell are you doing here?" The guards became agitated. Shouts and the clang of swords rang through the forest. Taekwon let both of his daggers go at the same time to take out as many guards as possible. There were screams and gasps of death. Before they could react in time, the guards fell to the ground bleeding one by one. Taekwon spun in a deadly centrifuge, unraveling his chains. Sharp daggers stabbed the guards, preventing them from even approaching Taekwon. Taekwon flew into the air and scattered his daggers again. The guards, unable to attack Taekwon even once, were blown apart. The few surviving guards huddled together and prepared to fire their crossbows at Taekwon. A fiery arrow flew towards Taekwon. He let loose a chain with his dagger towards the guards attacking him. Taekwon's dagger pierced through the attacking guard. Another guard pounced on Taekwon with his sword. With one swipe of his dagger, Taekwon eliminated 2 more guards. Suddenly, Taekwon noticed the only surviving guard behind his back. Taekwon used his chain hail skill, which is a temporary stabbing attack that resembles hail. The guard stared at Taekwon in horror, realizing his helplessness. The friends looked at Dejang confusedly. "Why do you need all this?" With incomprehension at such cruelty, they asked her. "Let them pay the price," replied Dejang with a sinister laugh. A hail of daggers rained down on the ground. All the guards were killed. The forest was silent again. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Gae Hachen and Sansu came to meet the guard captain. They looked at each other confusedly. "So young and come to the finals, you have a bright future ahead of you," the guard captain announced cheerfully. "It's a little disconcerting to receive such compliments. I'm still behind in many things," the knight stammered. "Because of one incident we had to stop the fight." It's amazing to reach the finals at your age, the guard captain said, suddenly serious. The knights reviewed angrily. Everyone's mind flashed with the thought that if they were allowed to finish the fight, he would be the one who would be able to win and become the center of attention in this tournament. The captain of the guard marveled at the fervor of the knights. Youth is so beautiful, but it was time for a quick introduction to the warriors. The captain of the guard took out a piece of paper and began to write the order. Following a polar bear and black tiger, the two winning guilds would become knights. As for the name, Blackbird will do. Since the palace has been attacked, the captain and the Black Tiger Knights will defend it. An alliance of two guilds, the Knights of the Golden Bear and the White Bear, whose commanders' whereabouts are still unknown. Your task will be to find the traitor. We don't have much time. You'll get all the details from the Knights of the Polar Bears. Now, what will you do? The captain of the guard handed the knights a paper with orders. Captain Rada's summoned captain had been looking at the rune summoning stone for hours now. It had been inactive since it had not reached recharge time. He was counting every second and was already starting to lose his temper. Why does 24 hours last so long? Captain Rada said nervously. A summoning runestone will become available 24 hours after the initial cloning. Runestones are duplicated and created for the user's purpose. The caster can call the target while holding the cloned runestone. It can be used as a walkie-talkie at any time. Captain Rita tried to hear Coke. He even got rid of the goblins by letting off steam. He even checked out the various items he had, but the goblins kept showing up again and again, even after killing them. When I decided to get stronger, you decided to ruin it, yelled like a madman Captain Rada. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion near the hill where the goblins were carrying the logs. The goblins, who were nearby, flew apart. Thinking that his agonizing wait had come to an end, Captain Rada joyfully rushed up the hill to see what had exploded. The goblins lay on the ground, panting from the rising dust. The structure they had worked so hard and painstakingly to build for so long had collapsed. The reason for this was poor construction. Sounds like an assignment for an architect. At that moment, a system notification appeared in front of Captain Rada that if the hero dies or was caught by King Arthur's knights or the user, the game is over. Damn, why now? Captain Rada was once again being bombarded with trouble one after another. Errors may occur while completing a mission. Make sure you evacuate before a new mission appears. Now Captain Rada finally realized it all. The mission that didn't show up didn't seem to be taunting him. But do you think I'll die if I face the knights? Captain Rada considered it a personal challenge. His confidence and mortification from waiting in the abandoned wilderness had turned into frantic activity and a desire to fight. Meanwhile, in the virtual game reality system office, a flyer with information appeared on the announcement booth. Announcement for students. The establishment of the Astrom bug team has been confirmed. Cho Youngbi, researcher Cho Homan, developer Gondosuk, electronic device developer Liura, in charge of service quality and service support Commando. Jo Youngbi walked into the office where his staff had gathered and stared at the bulletin board. One elite, with them, all mistakes will be corrected. I hear the pay has been raised. The staff discussed as they looked at the list of those selected for the assignment. Does this have to be discussed right in front of the president's office? Jo Youngbi took umbrage. I wish I had time to think. Jo Youngbi was plagued by doubts. After all, he too was on the list of the chosen, right in front of the president's office. Captain Rada's mistake. Thoughts tormented Jo Youngbi's excited head. He had a great responsibility, and he doubted his own abilities. Jo Youngbi walked into the office and saw a system message on the monitor that a historical error had occurred. A new system notification appeared in front of Captain Rada, glowing an alarming red light. There is a bounty on you. A punishment will be given. Adding a debuff while increasing the reward. A debuff is a phobia. The more opponents, the more your stats are reduced up to 40%. Debuff. Index finger. Any authority degenerates into notoriety. Ignored by overly honorable opponents, Captain Rada froze in amazement. He had expected this, but was it too much? Kwang Kwang followed Captain Rada and laughed. Captain Rada was scared. However, more notifications appeared on the screen. Captain Rada was very surprised. Unexpectedly, Evil Mind was created this time due to exceeding 2,000 fame. Evil Mind. With high charisma, the effectiveness of your commands is amplified to the maximum. However, if an unreasonable reward is used, Those given the command will treat you with hostility. Will this come in handy? All right, this will go fine. Captain Rita dismissed all doubts. Rubbing his fists together, he gathered his thoughts and set himself up for a good time. It's time. The crowds of goblins rushed toward Captain Reed, raising columns of dust behind them. Captain Rita smiled slyly. Stand to the end, he said to himself. Suddenly, the crowd of goblins stopped and lined up. Each goblin had a red bump on his head, and steam was coming out of it. The goblins froze and did not move. Kwang Kwang climbed up the cliff, standing in front of the goblin army like a general. You will become useful to us, Kwang Kwang said loudly in a commanding voice. The goblins' gazes fixed on him, and they froze in anticipation of the order. At this time, Captain Rita was leaning over maps of the area and thinking hard about a plan of action. Contrary to Captain Reed's expectations, the terrain was not so bad. He thought hard about strategy. The urchin in charge cheerfully reported to the commander that he had everything ready. The goblins are organized and ready to follow orders. Good. Then let's move out, Captain Reed commanded, folding up the maps. Captain Rita turned around and addressed the goblin army. You guys were never taken seriously because you're so weak, right? So you tried with your weak skills, building a defense, though you ended up destroying it anyway. Captain Rita looked at the wreckage of the structure, which now resembled a pile of construction debris. The goblins stood mesmerized, mouths open. They listened attentively to their new leader, catching every inspiring word he spoke. Captain Rita looked like a hero in the eyes of the small goblins who would give them salvation and protect them. They looked at him with trusting eyes full of hope and enthusiasm. That's why I'm going to give you a dungeon, Captain Rita solemnly announced. Upon hearing Captain Reed's words, the goblins became excited and agitated. They hummed and shouted his name, raising their hands in the air. It was a triumph. Kwang Kwang looked at his master with fascination, admired his wisdom, and was proud of his actions. Then bring the material, Captain Rita commanded loudly. Meanwhile, the guild squad was fighting a monster. It was a rotten vegetable that snorted and spurted pus in all directions. Whether it's due to luck or not, our guild master made it to the finals. We are definitely in the right guild. After all, we were appointed as the guild knights of the final boss guild. It's because our master knows how to know people. Let's continue like this until the knights are summoned. But why was it so quiet? Jelly Jua became alert and looked around. At this time, Sansu was rushing as hard as he could towards the monster, raising his sword above his head. With one strong sword strike, he chopped the monster in two. The stinking smell of festering spread around him. This is the basic skill of the gravity sword master. Basic skill. Heavy swing towards the opponent's strength plus weight. No one can stop me, shouted the enraged Sansu, not noticing the splatter of rot on himself. He continued to chop the monster with his sword. Comrade, finish him off and take a break, commanded the important Sansu. Jelly Jua directed streams of energy at the monster. Always, when he calls us comrades, something wrong happens, he thought to himself. Suddenly, Sansu was distracted. He saw Flicker not far from him, who had drawn his sword and was about to join the battle. Sansu made an angry face and pointed his index finger at the ground. Territory, he said slowly. This is my territory, from my hunting trip yesterday, so get lost, Sansu said defiantly. Flicker stood confused, not realizing if the fat man was serious now, or do I need to teach you game etiquette? Sansu began to freak out, swinging his sword towards Flicker in an attempt to drive him away. And I wondered why we were getting reprimands, that asshole's at it again. Jelly Jua angrily swooped down on Sansu from behind, slapped him on the back, and chased him away from Flicker. My apologies, they're in transition. Please understand. Arrow was very uncomfortable. She tried to settle the conflict. She had to apologize for Sansu to Flicker. If you get reprimanded again, we'll be banned for a week. Jelly Jua and the other guild members piled Sansu on the ground and kicked him furiously with their feet. The punished Sansu lay motionless on the ground face down. He was fuming from the punches and kicks of his coworkers, and many bumps had formed on his head. In 20 minutes, Captain Rito was already looking at the results of the goblins' work, at the neatly stacked piles of logs and stones. This evil mind is a useful thing, thought Captain Rita, pleased with his ingenuity. Kwang Kwang was overjoyed and pleased. The goblins had worked hard and were now tired, sweating and breathing hard. Experimenting on the potion's capabilities, Captain Reed ordered the goblin to move the house. The goblin looked at him tiredly, not understanding the need for extra labor, but under the influence of the potion, he was dependent on Captain Ree and could not resist his will. The exhausted goblins squawked in their language, resenting having to work again. Captain Rita folded his arms across his chest in a businesslike manner and informed the goblins that their work was not yet done, or were they not going to obey him. Within a couple of seconds, the goblins, with disgruntled faces, had picked up the house and carried it to the place Captain Rita had indicated. The goblins expected Captain Rita to be more violent, but he seemed strange to them. Captain Rita gave them 30 seconds to complete the task, but the goblins noticed that he didn't even have a watch, even though he was diligently pretending to have one. They end up doing everything anyway. Why did you have to piss me off in the beginning? Thought Captain Rita, watching as the crowd of goblins ran to labor, leaving columns of dust behind them. It was time to use the summoning runestone. Captain Rita took out the stone and decided to try again to summon the creatures under his command. This time it succeeded. The runestone trembled, and a bright green glow spread from it. The two figures of Caucaline and Cola appeared in front of Captain Reed. As he stood before Captain Reed, Cola sniffed and looked around. "I can feel magic, and very strong magic at that," Cola said in a breathy voice. "That's why I called you. Tell me everything quickly." Captain Reed reassured him. Suddenly, Cola froze and gawked. He stared into the void and growled nervously. "These are the ones. It's magic," Cola repeated incoherently. He was shaking like a fever. Cola was hysterical. Captain Rita, Caucaline, and Quan looked at Coke confusedly. "What's wrong with him? Did he lose his mind and his ability to speak while I was leaving?" Captain Rita was worried about his subordinate. "Them. What does Cola mean? Is he being affected by magic?" Captain Rita suggested, trying to find an explanation for what was happening. Suddenly, Captain Rita realized. Now I see why he was relatively weaker than the boss. Stop. A curse. Potion. Captain Reed had a brilliant idea. In his inventory was a living potion, a vial that fills with liquid magical energy. It can be used to purify anything. Captain Rita spewed the living potion at Coke as quickly as possible. The liquid glistened as it hit Cola, and the bear howled in pain. He growled and moaned wildly. He began to undergo a terrible metamorphosis. Captain Rita watched Cola's suffering with horror. He was beginning to doubt that he had done the right thing by using the potion. He held his breath and waited nervously for the result of the transformation. Suddenly, Captain Rita noticed a runestone with a purple glow that had fallen out of Cola. The runestone was sparkling and smoking. What? What was that? Captain Reed had too many unanswered questions. The exhausted Cola lay face down on the ground. Smoke was coming from his body, just like the runestone. But beyond that, Cola himself had changed. He had become much smaller, chubby and fluffy. Seeing a small, clumsy beast instead of a powerful and terrifying monster, Captain Rita became worried. Was there some kind of malfunction? He stared in horror at the renewed Coke. Someone has cursed the kingdom of Arthur. The magic that was associated with the kingdom is gone. The someone who placed the curse is dangerous. Cola's attribute has been changed to boundary. Border is a special attribute that has the traits of a monster and a non-player character, but is not. Captain Rita was stunned. He stared at the vial of liquid potion in amazement, just as I thought. I should have given it to Kalia from the start. Just like the mission with Quan, I have to make the right decisions. Is that what you meant? Captain Reed recalled. You really don't get it, do you? Cola asked. He got up off the ground and began to shake himself off. He no longer looked like a fearsome bear, but more like an overgrown raccoon. It was clear from the look of him that he wasn't very happy with his new appearance. Since I didn't remove the curse, you now think I'm irresponsible? After recovering from his transformation, Cola decided to find out if Captain Reed's attitude towards him had changed. Captain Rita, Caucaline, and Quan looked at Cola in silence. He was so cute that they couldn't judge him. A happy Quan rushed to Cola's side to cheer him on and reassure him. Do you realize what you're saying? I told you I want loyalty and truth. Captain Rita replied, choking with laughter. Cola looked around himself disappointedly. I lost my strength and my body. Of course I was furious. Cola began his story. Then he appeared before me, as if he already knew everything. He gave me a powerful force. With her, I planned my revenge that I had dreamed of for so long. But I didn't realize there was a responsibility for such power. Before you discovered the magic circle, those guys were heading towards this kingdom. No. To this continent, said a disgruntled Cola. When Captain Rita heard his last words, he was horrified. He was not laughing now. You were there, Captain Rita demanded nervously. Stan wanted to know everything as soon as possible. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the system's message. You have been targeted by someone who has been spreading black magic throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, Yu-Jong was working out at the gym. She had already been running on the treadmill for an hour. At that moment, her cell phone rang. How are you, Guardian? This is Cho Yunbi, a researcher from the service center. Cho Yunbi introduced himself. Captain Reed has been having health problems lately, so I called you as his guardian to give you a message, Cho Yunbi informed. Hearing Captain Reed's name, Yu-Jong became excited. What? Yu-Jong stopped the white walk. What other problems? Problems with nutrient intake. Yu-Jong interjected, panting. We're not sure about that, but this is an unusual case. We're sorry to scare you with this news, Cho Yunbi hurriedly reassured Yu-Jong. Are you sure he's okay? I can't wait any longer. We are doing everything we can and setting up a special team to deal with his problem. As soon as it's over, we'll contact you. Please keep it private for now, Cho Yunbi said. Researcher, do you think he'll wake up? A worried Yu-Jong asked. As I said, this is the first time we've encountered such a thing, he answered her. Yu-Jong's heart beat faster, and not just from running. She tried to get some concrete information about Captain Reed out of Cho Yunbi, but she was left with nothing. I see. Then call me if you're going to visit, Yu-Jong told him. After that call, Yu-Jong couldn't go back to class. She sat down on a bench in the empty gymnasium and thought about the conversation for a long time. Yu-Jong suffered in ignorance. How could he be helped? What did he depend on her for? She didn't understand anything. You were there, Captain Rada demanded nervously. Stan wanted to know everything as soon as possible. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the system's message. You have been targeted by someone who has been spreading black magic throughout the kingdom. At this moment, a huge horned monster appeared on the horizon. It slowly moved its feet, taking each step. The ground shook with each step of the monster. When the monster got closer, its rider could be seen. It was a short guy with horns. He smiled when he saw Cola. How did you get to be so cute again? He asked Cola. Captain Rita, Slime, and Kwang Kwang stared in surprise at the intruder. From the look on Cola's face, it was clear that he knew this man and was very much not expecting to see him. What? Why did you come? Cola asked stammeringly. What? Are we running a kindergarten simulation here? Thought Captain Rita as he watched the boy riding the monster. Who are you? Captain Reed asked warily. In his hand he clutched the Cola rune nervously. You opened the magic circle, right? Ignoring Captain Reed's question, the little boy defiantly asked him. I asked the question, who are you? Captain Reed stood his ground. He can't stand being ignored. The little man came down to earth. Do I have to answer that? He answered cheekily, ignoring everyone but Cola. Cola froze and couldn't get a word out. Cola, goblins. Now this kid thought Captain Rita. He was already getting nervous. You better listen to what your elders say, Captain Rita remarked, putting the kid in his place. Make him stop mumbling, the kid commanded the monster, letting him off the leash. Go play with your friends. The kid laughed, whipping the monster with his belt. As the monster felt free, it rushed forward with lightning speed, bearing its ravenous fangs and roaring. Captain Rita watched indifferently. When he saw the little one, he knew from the start that nothing good could come of it. The monster was speeding toward him. Slime ran out towards the furious monster. He stopped the fleeing monster, and they clashed like two bulls. Slime struck the ground with his axe with force. The powerful impact created a crater in the ground. Stop pretending you're strong, with muscles like that, said Slime to his opponent. The monster struck with his fist, but Slime deftly dodged, avoiding the blow. Slime's special skill muscle battery has been activated, which is the use of muscles to recharge like a battery, temporarily increasing strength and physical skills. The monsters clutched at each other, exerting powerful physical pressure. From the extreme pressure, there was an explosion that threw the monsters in different directions. Slime quickly got to his feet and prepared to continue the battle. He decided to attack first. He accelerated and rushed towards the monster with all his might. The monster ran to meet him. The two giants charged at each other. Slime applied his special skill Muscle Strike, a punch with explosive energy gathered from his muscle battery. Using his exclusive skill, Slime delivered a powerful blow to the monster's jaw, knocking out a pair of fangs. Slime then began to strike one after another. The monster, struck by his opponent's powerful blows, lost his balance and flew backward with speed. Disorienting the monster, Slime grabbed his axe. He brought his axe above his head and prepared to deliver a killing blow to the monster. At that moment, the little boy noticed his monster lying helplessly on the ground. He was surprised and frightened. Staring, he anxiously waited for the fight to continue. Slime sliced the monster into two halves with one powerful strike of his axe. The pieces of the monster flew through the air in different directions. Slime calmly returned to his team victorious. At this time, the guild's final boss room. Yu-Joan was sitting in a chair and biting her fingers nervously. Two problems suddenly appear in the guild at once. 43 members in the ABC Guild. On the table in front of Yu-Joan and Go-Hei-chan was an envelope with the ABC Guild seal on it. And now the kingdom demands that we work with the best Sansu who took the name away from our guild. Folding his arms across his chest, shimmering thought about his guild's problems. Yu-Joan's heavy thoughts were interrupted by Seo Charon, who told her that she had some bad news. Before she even knew what the problem was, Yu-Joan was furious. What's going on anyway? Someone posted a photo of a 1-to-1 chat room with a user under the nickname Captain Raid. It shows that the messages have been read. It caused an uproar on the internet, said Seo Charon, as she stared at the virtual dialogue box in front of her. Hearing this news, Yu-Joan couldn't believe her ears. She anxiously looked at Seo Charon, trying to comprehend this information. An unregistered guild member just sent me a message, Seo Charon suddenly added. She, along with Yu-Joan, stared at the monitor. Some panic in the comments that reads on YouTube. At this time, Captain Rito remembered the runestone in his hand. It was time to figure out what it was. A runestone for brainwashing, level S skills, brainwashing active, works on a specific target for a specific amount of time. Magic injection active, uses the magic of magic injection to achieve a specific goal within a certain amount of time. Energy inactive, creates the characteristics of brainwashing magic. After familiarizing himself with the characteristics of the item, Captain Rita began to guess the reasons for Cola's strange behavior. He seemed to have accidentally cursed himself with the runestone. As a consequence, he lost his strength and his body. Captain Rita stroked the distraught Cola's head regretfully. You're tormented by the way you've become. Captain Rita crouched down to Cola to take pity on him. Barely holding back tears, Cola was angry and trying to hide his emotions. The strongest among my subordinates, the little man said with horror as he saw the torn pieces of his monster. Captain Rita came up behind him. The little fellow was about his waist. He raised his head, startled at Captain Rita, and prepared to defend himself. I would correct your habit of interrupting, said the leader. But it seems you've already managed to get hurt somewhere. Captain Rita saw the bloodstain on the kid's tunic. Captain Raid's special skill, Spirit of the Goguryeo people, squatting to intimidate the enemy using energy. Squatting down and leveling with the little bow, Captain Rita asked, were you injured when you tried to attack the kingdom? The little boy looked at him in horror, and couldn't understand why he was suddenly so creepy. Watching Captain Reed's unique ability to intimidate his interlocutors, Quan, who was sitting on his shoulder, tried to imagine himself as the world's creepiest hedgehog, making a very serious face. The boy could not utter a word. He stared into Captain Reed's eyes like a spellbound man, and he caught himself feeling a long-forgotten sense of fear. Without waiting for an answer, Captain Rita grabbed the little boy by the throat. He came to his senses and shouted, what if I do? Let's start by fixing this, said Captain Rita, pulling out a vial of healing potion. He immediately splashed the contents of the vial onto the baby. Quan hurriedly ran away so as not to traumatize himself psychologically. Captain Rita looked ominous. While waiting for the result of the magic potion, he rubbed his palms together with a creepy smile. Since you started talking, repeated 5 more times, that'll be enough, right? Captain Rita asked the little guy. To Captain Reed's surprise, the toddler's wound did not shrink after using the potion. It's not working, he stared in bewilderment. You can try all you want, I am the third generation of the great demon king. His name is Kim Romachoa Majavire Wang Yannick. Do you really think you can help me? The little boy replied. New quest. Healing the demon prince. Heal Kim Romachoa Majavire Wang Yannick II within the time limit. He received a penetrating wound during a raid on the kingdom. You're saying he's the son of a demon king? Captain Rita, Quan, and Koch Koslai stared at Kim in surprise. What was wrong with him? With his name? With his height? I told you already, didn't I? No need to be rude, Kola said seriously. Suddenly, Prince Kim began to choke and spit up blood. It was like some kind of seizure. Captain Rita watched silently as Prince Kim burped blood. His health was running low, but the leader had no sign of how to help him. After losing too much blood, Prince Kim fell to the ground unconscious. The system's virtual window informed Captain Reed that he had a time limit of 10 minutes. The new mission had begun. Why the hell now? Captain Rita was furious. Quan was thrashing around the dying Prince Kim. Quan leaned over the prince and waved his paws in front of his eyes, trying to see if he was still alive or not. He has a fever, Quan joyfully discovered, touching Prince Kim's forehead with his paw. Captain Rita froze, contemplating ways to save the prince. Time was running out. Suddenly, he smiled. Don't panic. I have an idea, he said. I can use this. Captain Rita pulled out a resurrection tree from his inventory, which is used to bring a person back to life using powerful energy that does not exist in this world. After all, raising the dead counts as a cure, doesn't it? Captain Rita enthused and rejoiced at his genius. He really is a demon. Quan watched in horror at the metamorphosis that was happening to the prince. He lay paralyzed on the ground with his eyes wide open. You'll be fine. Don't worry, you'll feel better soon, Captain Rita said as he approached the prince. Suddenly, the prince screamed. He began to have a panic attack. He couldn't move, but a look of terror appeared on his face. Because of the sorcery, he saw things around him distorted. Captain Rita appeared to him as a demon with an icy claw that wanted to cause him pain and suffering. New quest. Heal the demon prince. Heal the demon prince within 10 minutes. If the prince dies, his grief curse will be activated. Meanwhile, Slime, having killed the monster, began construction. He organized the work of the goblins, led them, and gladly helped pulling heavy timbers. Kola admired Slime's organizational skills. Kola also wanted very much to be useful, to be noticed by Captain Rita, but his small chubby body did not allow him to fulfill his ambitions. Kola decided to step in to help. Captain Rita is counting on us. We have to do our best, wailed Kola, trying to climb the mountain of concrete slabs. Slime helped little Kolya by hooking him from below. Thank you. You're a little dumb, but you're kind. Kola didn't want to accept his weakness, but Slime did not take offense at him. He noticed that he was not only kind, but also strong. Then Kola couldn't take it anymore. He climbed up on the concrete slab and started growling like a real big bear. Basic beast skill growl. Growls at weaker enemies and creates fear. The goblins stopped their work for a second and stared at the snarling beast. It seemed truly intimidating to them. In the eyes of the enchanted goblins, Kola was the embodiment of rage and anger. Terror gripped the little builders. This is an order from our Captain Raid. The red goblins are in charge of the logs, and the blue goblins are in charge of the stones. Green goblins, distribute the iron, Kola began to command. Kola folded his arms across his chest in a businesslike manner. Now he's got it in order. Now that's army discipline. The goblins did their best to follow the orders of the little commander. Our special assignment, specified here by Captain Reed, is the construction of the defense tower, said Kola, looking at the map with Captain Reed's blueprints. When he opened his eyes, the first thing the demon prince saw was Captain Rita. The prince didn't fully regain consciousness. His eyes were blurry. There were 6 minutes left to complete the task. Captain Rita had tried every means, but the prince still lay on the ground, pale and weak. Captain Rita sat down disappointedly on a rock and thought. And after all, this wasn't even a task on purpose, but a simple one. Isn't the difficulty increased too much? The demon prince was sluggishly wandering his eyes around. He couldn't speak or move, but he understood. He's trying so hard for me, he thought, watching Captain Reed's unsuccessful attempts to get him to his feet. Will there really be no clues, even after banning the use of the resurrection tree? Captain Rita was desperate, Demonic creatures can only receive demonic power. The demon prince whisper in a weak voice. Demonic power. Captain Rita looked at Kwang Kwang questioningly. But Kwang Kwang didn't understand anything either. None of them had ever encountered such powers before. Suddenly Captain Rito remembered the recent monster invasion of the kingdom. And Ginny's words that demonic power might be related to black magic, but were they similar? Captain Reed urgently grabbed the runestone of communication and summoned Ginny. Captain Rita. Ginny was surprised to see a runestone suddenly appear from her leader. Can you make it here? Captain Rita asked her. Not now, the captain of the guard is looking for me, she replied. Then, have you ever heard of demonic power? Captain Rita asked her. Demonic power? It's probably some kind of forbidden magic, just like black or dark arts, replied Ginny. Can I use it? Asked Captain Reed. You mean forbidden magic? If you need it now, the only way is to use the runestone. A runestone. Thank you. Captain Rita replied quickly and cut the connection. Without wasting a second, Captain Rita took out a runestone of brainwashing. We need to use it now. The ability of the runestone magic injection uses the magic of magic injection to achieve a goal within a certain amount of time. Can only be used if the target is in a brainwash state. Captain Rita directed the runestone's energy at the demon prince. By directing the action of the runestone at the demon prince, the system sent Captain Rita warning one by one, and finally reported that the brainwashing was not done, due to the strong resistance magic of the target, that is, the demon prince. Cola looked at the map with a serious face. Kaka Slime carried weights, without thinking about anything and enjoy it. Stop! Cola suddenly commanded loudly. Watching Kaka Slime, Cola thought about how he didn't even need to be smart since his body works so well. Goblins, General Assembly, Cola shouted. Everyone gathered around the concrete slab that the Great Foreman had climbed. Blue goblins, go and put stones on the outskirts. Red goblins, you are in charge of the tree. Green goblins, follow Kaka's line and set traps. The goblins obediently listened to the chief. Suddenly Cola froze in horror. He saw something he had never expected, his eyes filled with rage. You. Cola muttered. A demon with wings appeared in front of him. Is it too late to set traps? There were 3 minutes left to complete the task. The demon prince lay in a fever, 1 foot on the other side of the world. Captain Rita was frustrated completely. His hands were down. Kwang Kwang, the runestone isn't working either. What do we do now? I've done everything in my power, except for one thing. Suddenly, Captain Reed had an incredible idea. I know you can't answer me, so just shake or nod your head. Captain Rita leaned over the demon prince. With this belt, your stats and vitality can be brought back. Then use it faster. The demon prince whispered in a weak voice. I know, but I can't use it even if I wanted to, replied Captain Rita. To use this belt, you must become my subordinate, Captain Rita suddenly announced to the astonished demon prince. The demon prince looked tiredly at the sky. He was already saying goodbye to the sun. Life or freedom? He was facing a difficult choice. But he didn't want to give up his life. In front of his eyes was only Captain Reed, who could give him a chance at life. Of course, it's not demonic power or anything like that. You probably won't get better. But this is your last chance. Captain Reed knelt before the demon prince's deathbed. They both had their doubts. The demon prince looked up at the sky and the sun. He had the last seconds of his life left. You trust me? Captain Rita held out his hand to the demon prince, awaiting his decision. There was a need to hurry.